We'll call the meeting to order. Public comments. We'll simply say that we have received many
Need to
comments.
assign a scribe.
Need to assign a scribe.
Eric is volunteering.
Can we work on her audio? Half of the committee members can't really even understand Peggy.
Are you talking about mine? My audio?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to hear unless, maybe if you use a mic or closer or something.
Mike,
I've got him here.
Can you hear him? I know, it really is. That's not my call.
Can Parashar run the meeting?
Yes, Parashar may run the meeting. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna go off of this and come back in on my telephone. And see if that works better. Okay. I have had previous complaints about my audio. Parashar, could you introduce the written comments that we received?
I can't hear Parashar. I can't hear anybody.
Oh,
Yeah, I
that's because
can't
I'm
either.
trying to get my act together. All right, let's start over. Let's call the meeting to order. We have a scribe. Eric is going to scribe for us. We've got a quorum present. Do we have to vote on the, what, do we have to vote? Okay, so everybody present, or do I have to go through the roll call? This is why I was not.
Roll
organized.
call. I think
Okay.
we have to do roll call.
Let's do a
You
roll
need
call.
to do a roll call.
Okay, so I heard Amrith, are you present?
Yep.
Ray,
Present.
Peggy,
Yes.
Kathy,
Here,
Ryan,
Here,
Lois.
Here.
Okay, let's just go down the table here. John,
Here. Greg here.
Dee, here.
Don here.
Rasher,
Chris Reynolds here.
Eric Dahlberg here.
Lindsay List here.
okay. So the first order on the agenda is public comment. Peggy, I think, was referencing the fact that we received over 50 emails from various residents around town. I will not read all of them. The gist of their email was to support, asking us, the select board and the school committee, to support the CPS recommended budget, noting, comparing, some of them compared that to what the town increase was as well. So for the record, I'll enter that in for the record. Anybody on Zoom or in person, would they like to also make a public comment for today's meeting? Stand up and your name and address, please. Thank you.
Parashar,
Yep.
can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I would like to make, just comment that it was interesting that all the comments were in favor of the budget. Surprisingly and unusually, none were against the budget, and that usually happens. And secondly, that there were several, quite a number of comments from young families who, you know, they were putting all their resources into moving to Concord and desiring the schools. And so I just would like to point out that that was my 20 years in this. I've never seen, you know, young families come out and say, gee, I really want to, I'm willing to spend more to get what I want on education. And, you know, we focus a lot, and for a very good reason, on folks older, younger, middle-aged, whatever, that usually comment they don't want to pay are struggling with the taxes. So it was interesting. It was that, of course, it was. We know it was structured, but it was interesting. That was unusual for me in 20 years. So whatever. That's it.
Okay, we've got one person from the public here, Peggy, that would like to talk, and probably a couple others. So,
Excellent.
okay, go ahead.
I'm Erica Jocelyn. I live at 94 Dover Street, and I'm speaking on behalf of the CPS budget, supporting the numbers that Dr. Hunter has given you. The line, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses," is famously inscribed on the Statue of Liberty as a message to newcomers that they could make a home in the United States. Now, while that sentiment may vary as politics change, it is an apt slogan for public schools. Maybe in towns like Concord, we have fewer students in the lower socioeconomic rungs, but we get kids who are tired, who are hungry every day. And we take care of them. We teach them, we support them, and we cherish them. We get students who are dealing with depression and anxiety. We get students who are neurodivergent. We get students with all manner of physical and cognitive conditions that impact their ability to learn. And we care for and support every single one of them. I've heard disparaging remarks from this committee regarding the need for mental health services in our schools. I've heard disparaging remarks about how much it costs to staff our schools. These are both beyond disappointing to me as both a teacher and a parent. Our children are our greatest, our most important investments. We know that today, in March of 2023, our elementary students are still working to make up the learning loss that they suffered as part of a global pandemic. We know that they are dealing with the effects of a national mental health crisis. And you're asking them to work through these unprecedented challenges with less support in the form of tutors and special education staff, with less engagement and innovation by taking away access to our incredible instructional technology integration specialists, our STEAM lab coordinator, and field trips, with less joy and collaboration from our amazing instrumental music teachers, and less preparedness from our highly skilled library media specialists. To paraphrase one of the parents who spoke at the special town meeting for the middle school just a few months ago, the people for whom we are making these decisions are not in the room with us tonight. They cannot vote on their own behalf. We are beholden to our children to make decisions for the future that are in their best interests. So when you look at that list of educators and support staff facing possible cuts, don't think about how it will impact those individuals. Instead, think about how it will affect the nearly 1,300 students who rely on them every single day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff Suarez, 45 Oxbow Road. I've been to, this is the third meeting that I've been to on this topic. It's pretty clear to me that the community supports the budget. As you can see with the letters that you received as well. We feel that this is a fair budget, and we also feel that we have one of the best superintendents in the state, and she's been nothing but transparent and respectful of the town's finances. What we're proposing, or what she's proposing, is level service. She's not, asking to add, heads or increase in areas that we don't have service today. This is to provide the same service that we offer the kids in the community. From my perspective, it's extremely fair given the economic situation that we're in. In fact, some data to back it up. I looked at the budget book published on the town website from 2007, FY 2007 to FY 2024. As a percentage of the overall budget, this proposal is including, the proposal that the school is making is the lowest it has been in all of the budgets that have been published at 34.12%. going back all the way to 2006. So, I think what we're asking for FinCom to do is understand that, you have a tough job. You need to come up with guidance for the different, parts of the town budget. And in this year, you're doing it in very, uncertain economic conditions. But it's pretty clear to me that 3.3% is not sufficient. And what we're asking you to do is recognize that and raise your guidance, or not raise your guidance, but accept the proposed guidance because it's fair and it is what the community needs and supports. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Casey Atkins. I'm at 477 Losbrook Road. I'm here again tonight wearing two hats. I will start with the hat of as president of the Special Education Parent Advisory Council. As a board, we agree and approve and support the budget that has been set forth from the school committee and Superintendent Hunter. As an individual parent, last week, I was before you sharing a very personal experience that my family went through. And I want to point out that you are all volunteers who have dedicated your time, your energy to taking part in a town process, one that's very hard to do, that requires all of you to be thoughtful of so many different constituencies. And I thank you for your service. There's nothing easy in the work that you do, and it is often thankless. And you are often on the receiving end of angry emails and frustrated emails from folks. But I'm here to just provide a slice of perspective that sometimes is lost when we're far removed from where the problems really are. I mentioned last week that I spent over 2 weeks in the emergency room with my child when he was going through a mental health crisis. And I was certainly one of those people who beforehand would have thought, well, I push the panic button and services will come. And we'll be able to find therapists and we'll be able to get what we need. And unfortunately, that just isn't the reality. We're on wait lists for 6 to 9 months for basic services. For somebody who struggles with aggression and self-harm. For somebody who's already processed in the state's Department of Developmental Services. There was no way to get immediate access to resources except through the school. And I say that not just because of the tenor and the tone and the climate and culture that our superintendent, our administrators, and our educators and staff provide in our schools, but because it is the law. They have no choice but to take my child at 9 a.m. the morning after he was released from the hospital. That isn't a choice that they have. They don't get to say that there is a wait list. That time in school gave me the opportunity to regroup and try to find and get other services for him. In this school, we're lucky, heard it time and time again, that we have great educators, administrators, and staff. But the care and thoughtful consideration they took for my child, both of them who are in the system, for me, was next level. And it is important to recognize that there are people who built this town who are at risk of being priced out of it. That is absolutely true and is something that we all need to come together for. But we do have a mental health crisis with our children that is cresting at our doors. And we would be foolish to be a penny wise and 10 pounds foolish. Sorry, I've repeated that word, sort of missed the nail there, but I thank you for your service, for your consideration, for all that you do for this town, because your work is not easy. And I do hope that you hear these voices and support the budget as requested by the school committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Let me just see if there's anybody. I don't see anybody on Zoom. If you're on Zoom, a remote, and would like to speak, just raise your hand there. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. My name is John Peachy. I live at 44 Bedford Court. I was here at the last meeting. Similar to the last meeting, I'm speaking to you as a Concord resident since 1995, teacher in the Concord Public Schools since 1991. So I've been here a long time, family as well. My boys were educated Alcott, CMS, and the high school. At the last meeting and the meeting before that, you heard Laurie Hunter and Bob Conroy put together a level services budget. They started at zero. They developed their budget line by line. There was no fat whatsoever in that budget. That budget was lean and trim. Because it was so lean and trim, when cuts had to be made because of this gap of 585,000 approximately, Dr. Hunter had to produce a reduction list. Now that reduction list, as I said the last time, has a lot of meaning to me because a lot of good people are on it. At the last meeting, there were a lot of spreadsheets. They were up on the big board. You saw them in paper. I love spreadsheets. I'm a math guy. But I think spreadsheets, you start to lose perspective when all you're looking at is numbers. There are human people behind those spreadsheets. And that's the important part of this, I think. And we are losing the human perspective when all we look at is numbers. So my goal tonight is to provide some of that human perspective. The cuts that Dr. Hunter put on that paper, that list of reductions, are going to have an immediate and a drastic impact upon our schools the very first week we return. The first month, the kids, the teachers, they're all going to feel it. And it's immediately going to begin to erode our schools as we know them. You've been presented with that list. You now know that, of course, there were many things on there, including transportation, including professional development, but the people is what matters most. If our student population remains the same today, then in September, the people on the list who are being cut, there are 401 students at Alcott who are going to be impacted. There are 420 students at Thoreau. There are 431 students at Willard who will all be impacted by the loss of their librarian, by the loss of their tech specialist, by the loss of the STEAM coordinator, by the loss of tutors and aides, by the loss of the special ed coordinator. In addition, more than 250 teachers and staff members across those 3 elementary schools would be affected. Move to the high school, or to the middle school, I apologize. There are 659 students currently at the middle school and approximately 120 adults. They're going as well.
Sir.
Almost.
Sir.
Yes.
Could you please wrap up? We have several articles that the committee needs to vote on.
Absolutely.
Before 7 o'clock. So, and I know you have presented to us before, and your points are excellent, and we appreciate them.
All right. My final point is this. There are 10 people on that list. 5 of them are here in front of you.
Thank you.
There are 5, including myself. In the 10 people who are on that list, Concord Public Schools would lose 116 years of collective service to the kids of Concord. 116 years for $585,000. That's foolish. It's absurd. The 5 of us here have 79 years of collective service. So what I'm asking is that in your role, you get behind the public schools, you agree to meet the budget provided by Dr. Hunter and Bob, and hopefully we can return to fully staffed and fully funded schools in September. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other speakers?
I'm just looking around the room. I see one other person. I thought there were 2. Hold on. Let's line up. I know. Yeah,
All folks, it's now 6:25. We are hoping to vote on 5 articles. So, and I think if you are repeating opinions that have already been made, please keep it very short. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Daniel Isaacs. I live at 6 Abbott Lane. I moved to Concord in 2020, primarily because of the school district. And I've been renting and looking to purchase exclusively in Concord. And the reason for that is the school district. I just wanted to emphasize that the school system here is the crown jewel of Concord. And not only does it service the students there, but it services the entire community by bringing people in, by helping the housing prices. And by cutting the budget or raising it by less than is being asked, calls into question the priorities of investing in the school system, and makes people like me who are looking exclusively into buying to Concord to consider whether I need to look in other school districts instead. So I just encourage you to consider the externalities that come into play if you don't pass the budget as requested. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two more speakers. Let me ask the person on Zoom, Peggy Ranglin, to go on camera and make your statement, and then we have one other person in the room.
Hi, so shall I go now?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I sent a letter to the finance committee, but I wanted to just touch on just quick things.
Can you just state your name and address for the record, please?
So sorry, Margaret Wargelin, 97 Hillside Ave. I no longer have children in the schools. They have graduated, but I remember what it was like when Diana Rigby was there. And I would have to hold my nose and come and go, oh, come on, vote for the school budget. This is different. This whole process is so transparent. And I think she came to you with the number that was needed. And I really would like for people to consider that it wasn't like a negotiating tactic where you ask for more so that you can then work your way back and compromise in the middle. This was really transparent in what she needed. And I wanted to point out that I don't think that now, after losing all the school time to COVID, is the time to have to cut anything. We should have more services, more aids and things like that that are, you know, potentially not legally required that might be cut, because we have to help these kids catch up academically and help the ones whose kids' anxiety is spiked or social skills aren't great. And if you think of this year's third graders, it's their first real year of school and they're supposed to be good at reading by now. And then the last thing, I think it's amazing that she's asking for less than inflation. Right. And you guys just sort of chose a little less than half of inflation. And I really wish that you would consider supporting the amount that's needed for level services. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy.
Hi, my name is Natalia Sternberger. I live at 788 Strawberry Hill Road. And I have to admit, this is my first time doing this. And I'd like to let everyone know that I have 3 children, one that is out of district, and 2 children that go to Thoreau Elementary School. When I heard of this budget cut or this decrease in what Superintendent Hunter had asked for, it saddened me, because 2 years ago, in the middle of pandemic of COVID, I decided to move family from Norwell, Massachusetts, which had a really good school system, but decided to move to Concord, where I thought the schooling and education was better. I'm here in front of you for the first time. I'm not a public speaker. This is very difficult for me, but I'm here to represent those families that can't come today because they have families at home. They have kids that they're taking care of, or they're working, or for whatever reason, they can't be here. We support Dr. Hunter and her budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more public speakers, I would like to move on to our agenda items, which are, I'm sorry, a few warrant articles that were not determined previously. I'm sorry. Article 7, use of free cash. I suggest we come back to that. Article 17, public school budget. Guess we're on that one. Do folks feel, excuse me, you'll be glad I'm not in the room. Do folks feel they are ready to have a discussion? And and get to a vote on the Concord Public School budget. The alternative is, do we need?
Peggy, can I interrupt for a minute? I think folks here are having a hard time understanding what. Is there any way to fix the audio at all?
I'll try that. Go ahead.
Okay.
You go ahead.
Peggy, would you like me to start going down the agenda so that we can keep folks on track? Peggy, did you hear what I said?
Oh, I'm sorry. No. Continue.
Would you like me to go through the agenda so that folks here can understand kind of where we are on the agenda and what articles we're discussing?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So let's go to Article 7, which is free cash. So I think we were, memory serves me here. Yeah, there we go. So I think we were wrapping up Articles 27, 25, and 26 together. So I would propose we need an update from D on the CPC. So Peggy, what I would recommend, let's go to 25 and 26 first. Discuss those, because I think that will then give us a good sense of our comfort level with taking $1 million in free cash and putting it to property taxes. Does that make sense?
Agreed.
Okay. So Article 25 is 250th anniversary celebration. I think at the last meeting, we had requested some information, which the committee has shared with us. Do you guys want to get up and share it with it at all, or you guys, would you like to do that? Just give us 5 minutes, high level. And then
I'll be shorter than that. Rick
Thank you.
Laughlin, 83 Chestnut Street, Finance Chair for the 250th celebration. I believe everyone has received the budget in detail and also a letter from Mr. Dane, who's the chair of the committee. My couple of brief comments would be as follows. I recognize the challenges that we're under financially and in many issues. And the committee, Mr. Day, myself, and the rest of the committee discussed the free cash issue. We think we have a reasonable proposal with the ARPA funds, et cetera. And we would hope that the finance committee would consider that. And the biggest thing I think you need to consider at this point is we are focused for the next 2 town meetings for most of the money to have a viable celebration. And it's this year and next year. And while whatever we get this year will solve a lot of our problems, we're not in a position to say what we're going to, we in the budget I gave you, you can see where we're headed for next year, but I don't know what the town finances are going to look like for free cash, et cetera, next year. So it's very critical that we get some understanding that we need the funds this year to get started, and next year we'll tackle that based on the preliminary estimates that we have. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, let me just, do you?
Thank you. One involves the comment that was made by Mr. Dane at a previous meeting when asked if with the $600,000 this year, how much of that would be spent, and he thought probably half of that would be spent in the current year. So my interest is in asking you about whether or not 300,000 would be adequate for this year instead of the 600,000. That's the first question. Do you have a response to that?
Well, I think the 300,000 with the 200,000 that we had previously gotten from the state means that we'd probably have to get more money next year. So it's really just it continues to move along as far as the numbers. The other thing that I didn't mention, and I mentioned at the March 1st meeting, was that we are in the process raise money through fundraising and state funding. So there's a big meeting in Lexington next week with Lexington and Concord committees that are will be looking for state help in several areas, public safety, et cetera, which is an expensive proposition in the year of the parade.
That goes to my second question, which is in reading through the budget, I didn't see any line item for a development person. Now, I know some people work on a commission, some people work on a salary. I didn't know if you were planning to hire someone for development because that was brought up at a previous meeting as well.
Yes, we're in the process of hiring a marketing manager for our communications and publicity group led by Diane. In order to do this appropriately, we need to have a manager really to run that particular program with social media and all the publications that we'll have to deal with.
Okay, so that would fall under the bucket.
It's
of
in
the-
that, if you look closely, it says marketing manager
Right.
under that subcommittee.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
I do. I just want to make sure I understand where we are right now. So the 600,000 that you asked for from free cash is no longer being asked of free cash. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And there's maybe some money, the same amount or somewhat less in ARPA that's going to be provided. Is that known or?
That was, Mr. Dane met with the town manager and yes, they came up with that, an ARPA number, yes.
Okay, so this warrant article is not going to be moved. Is that the case then?
What, it will not be moved, obviously, we'll have. The article will be moved, but it'll probably be reworded
Oh, okay, I see.
based on your decision.
Well, but we don't typically have ARPA requests go through I mean, they're not being approved by annual town meetings, so that's why I'm curious.
The under issue is Henry Dane. I'm on the member of the select board and the chair of the 250th committee. The decision we made when we got the ARPA money was that we would take it in as a compensation for lost revenues and put it into free cash. And then instead of just having everybody go after pieces of it, because it seemed like free money, we would insist that it go through the appropriation process, just like any other appropriation. And so the decision was that it would be, we would put 25%, use 25% of it each year. And that came to, this year's quote, it came to 1.3 million, I believe. And there was 500,000 of that money that is not going to be needed this year. And therefore, it still needs to be appropriated, but it will not affect free cash in any way. And so, but the important point to make is that this is a very substantial project. When this was, and the only precedent is from 50 years ago. And 50 years ago, the town spent 7 or 8 years in making the plans and also accumulating cash from annual appropriations so that the cost of this event, which is a one time every 50 years, would be spread out over 5, 6, or 7 years. And that made it made it easier for the snake to swallow the mouse. So but we didn't have that opportunity this year because things did not get started until a year or two ago. And so we really only have 2 fiscal years in which to raise the money to pay for this event, which is a really important part of the historical and cultural character of this town. And it's our obligation not only to ourselves, but to the world who looks at us as the source of the revolution that started everything that is, it has great political and social value in the world today. So yes, we do not need a large amount of money for this next fiscal year. But if we don't have something to carry forward, the amount that we will need. We will be facing this same thing next year, probably with other unknown demands, competing demands, and it will be probably no less easy to meet those demands next year than it is now. So I think it would be helpful if we could get a good start on this. And I thought when we were here last time, I thought the only real objection was the impact on free cash, which I respected entirely because I did not want to have that effect. But in fact, we did not know what the effect on free cash would be when we made the request. But I would not have asked to have that result. So we did find another way to do it that would not affect free cash.
Thank you.
And this is, in a way, this is unprecedented for most of us. And so we don't really have like guidelines to follow on it because most of the people that remembered the guidelines are no longer with us.
So Henry, thank you. And I guess I'm looking at Gail and maybe Henry and Matt. If I understand the money, it's ARPA money. It's going to be, you're proposing to give it straight to the committee. How does this flow of money work? I got lost in please help me understand this. Is it going to go into free cash and then come right out if this is approved? Or help me understand this. I'm dense. I'm sorry.
So ARPA is a grant that we've received from the federal government. There's no appropriation needed. It's not going through free cash. It's available. Again, doesn't need to be appropriated by town meeting. We would be looking to establish some spending guidelines, like who is, what's the sign off procedure and that. I think that these funds under the article were proposed to be with the committee under the authority of the town manager. ARPA is under the direction of town manager. So we would still be looking for that type of control so that we can make sure we're following all the appropriate procedures.
So 600 this year and 1.2, 1.3 next year. Is that the rough number? Roughly. Yep. Okay.
So Carrie, I'm sorry, we don't need to vote. Is this going to be moved to town meeting?
If the funding source is ARPA, there's no appropriation. It probably would be helpful for finance committee to put something in the report, just noting that, because it will be confusing.
I think we should take a vote to recommend. And the reason is, I mean, sorry. Well, I was gonna say, I think we should vote on this, my opinion.
One question Carrie said though is if it's not ARPA, what is? Does it come out to the end? Sorry, you said one thing, if it's not ARPA, then what?
If it is ARPA, there is no appropriation. If it's another funding source, there would need to be a town meeting appropriation. It need to be appropriated.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
So that means that Article 25 will not be moved.
If ARPA is the funding source, there's no action required by town meeting.
When's that determined?
So I think the proponents of the article are looking to hear from finance committee what you would support for funding source.
Yeah, so I think it is important. Personally, I think it's important for us to vote on this, whether we support this or not, and two reasons. Well, one reason, frankly, is even though we might view the ARPA money as kind of free this year, it's setting the stage for $1 million plus in spending next year on money that we had never anticipated to be spent, et cetera. So there's no real reserves built up, as Henry said last time, 5 or 6 years of reserves built up. And given we just heard about the school priorities or other priorities in town, I think it's helpful if we actually make a recommendation to town meeting on this.
But only if it's coming out of free cash, right? If it's coming out of ARPA, do we?
Oh, yeah, but next year for fiscal year 25, where's the money going to come from?
Is it ARPA as well?
I don't know the answer. Okay, fair enough. That's a good question. So,
yeah.
This was not proposed originally to come from ARPA. I would not foresee suggesting ARPA as funding next year. It just so happens that the $500,000 that was proposed for ARPA, or the reason this is available is because it had been targeted for the middle school solar project, but based on the financials of that, it doesn't seem like we would get much for using this $500,000. You'll hear about the article later, but I think the monthly impact is about $6 per month. So it doesn't seem to make sense to use $500,000 for this purpose.
So, but if we didn't do the 500 million for the celebration, it would go into free cash or where?
The 500,000.
500, what did I say? 500 million? Let me stop.
No, it would stay with the grant and we would look at
You could use it for something
identifying,
else.
using it for something else, likely for an other infrastructure.
A one-time spend versus setting us up for another million plus the following year, I hope.
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Does that help answer the question, Greg?
It answers the question, but if it's from ARPA, I don't know if we have anything to decide.
Well, I guess what I'm
Well,
saying is if we spend 500,000, regardless of where it comes from, even if it's ARPA now, they're going to be back the following year for another million. And so my question personally is, given the financial pressures that we're under as a town overall, why 500,000 now? Because that, it means you're in essence committing to $1 million the following year, right?
I'd like to make a motion. And that is that the FinCom support the celebration and that we expect that there will be ARPA funding this year. And that in lieu of moving $1 million from Article 7 of free cash to relieve the taxpayers, we allocate that toward this celebration so that it is funded this year, because I think next year is going to be a worse year than this personally. So think about that. We could get this behind us.
Do we have a second or do we have a second before we debate the motion?
No. So,
Oh, Peggy, do you have something to add or do you want to second that?
No, I do not want to second it.
I would like the motion to be repeated because I couldn't follow the entire thing. I think what you're, well, how about you repeat it rather than my trying to repeat it for you?
yeah,
Don, go
well,
ahead.
but why don't I withdraw the motion, say, let's discuss this idea that perhaps we fund this celebration and so that we have it behind us between ARPA this year and $1 million of free cash that's in Article 7 today.
Questions? I think Brian, you-
Okay. I'd like to comment. This was tabled at the first time it came up. Can you hear me all right? I'm sorry about my microphone. This is a $2 million project. This is 600,000 to, basically get it going. It was going to be free cash. Now it's ARPA. In my opinion, money is money. And I think we need, this select board has sponsored this, and we need to look to the select board to convince us that the town should spend $2 million on this event. I know there are efforts to get outside funding from the state, from different parties, etc. But this is the tip of the iceberg. It's 600,000 for a $2 million event, and we have gotten more financial information, but not a lot of financial information from the committee. So I guess I'd like to hear more from the select board on their opinion as to where we're going with this. Thank you.
hey, hold on, Matt, before you go, I think we have two other comments or questions. Is that right?
No, I wanted to go to Matt.
Okay. Brian, into the mic.
I took away from that.
Okay, Matt, go ahead.
I can wait from that.
Thank you. Matt Johnson, 21 Winthrop Street, member of the select board. I don't know, I'm speaking on my own behalf, but I could just relay a couple of items. First of all, this idea is a new idea. It has not been discussed by the select board. Secondly, I just clarify with the town manager, it's not her proposal to make this ARPA spend. Although it is under her authority, so she could do so. But I should also finally state that it was the select board's intent, I think, as Henry mentioned, that we make the ARPA spend, while it is at the discretion of the town manager, as much a part of our public funding process as possible. So really, I think irrespective of the ARPA funds, I think that it's the finance committee's responsibility to kind of assess this funding request. Okay, because it's still money that's going to be spent. Thanks.
Brian, and then
So,
Lois and Kathy. Go ahead.
sure. Thanks for all of the information. Unfortunately, I'm still confused. So what I would love to understand is how much we're trying to raise about $2 million. We're trying to get to a $2 million bogey here. So you're coming to us initially for 600,000 ask for this year. That has changed because this ARPA idea has surfaced. And now we're basically saying we may not need to go to town for the 600K. We can offset that to next year. I guess the question I have first is how much ARPA money are we trying to get for this project? How much ARPA money is available if we wanted to use all the ARPA money? How much money is available for ARPA that we would be able to allocate to this particular effort?
So we received $5.6 million in ARPA spending. We have committed, I believe, about $1 million. And we have a proposal for fiscal 24 for $1,320,000, of which is the 500,000 that was tentatively earmarked for the middle school solar project.
The middle school, what?
Solar project.
Solar project. Okay.
So again, the question was asked, are these funds available as a source of funding for this article? And they are, because the town took in the grant funds under the lost revenue category. There were several categories that the federal government identified. And then for communities that received under $10 million, they encouraged us just to take it in under lost revenue. And so that's what we did. And that's why it's available for anything that we can lawfully spend funds.
When do we have to spend that money by a certain date?
By December 31st, 2026.
Okay. And so I just want to make sure I got my numbers right. So 5.6 is the total pot that we.
Correct.
Okay, but we've already sort of earmarked part of that 5.6 for a solar project, right?
500. We have earmarked, I believe, about $1 million for several different initiatives.
Okay, so that leaves 4.6 available to spend.
Right, and we have, yes, but we have $1,320,000 of that 4.6 programmed for fiscal 24, of which $500,000 was for the middle school solar.
Okay.
Okay, so $1.3 million of the 4.6 that's remaining, right? Am I following you? So that means we've got 3.3 left, right?
Correct.
That we can use on the 250th celebration. Am I tracking?
Well, we could, that would not be, at this point in time, that would not be how I would propose to spend those funds.
I'm just trying to, sort of in the spirit of where can we find options? That's the spirit of this inquiry. I'm just trying to understand, okay. So this goes back to now that there is money, there seems to be money available. My question to the committee is, it seems like the scale of this, I've been trying to process the scale of this proportionally, like, what is the expectation of the turnout? I think you went through this before, but I really want to try to understand this because that part of me is saying, okay, I understand this, the spectacle and the traditional, the impact that this is supposed to be. So I'm thinking to myself, why can't it be smaller? Like, what obligates us to have a much larger, higher ticket item? Why can't we do it smaller? So I'm just curious.
So I'm really sorry to do this, but we need to be cognizant that in 3 minutes, we're opening the hearing for the enterprise funds. So I think we need to recess our meeting and reopen it after the hearing. The hearing is required, it's at 7 o'clock, and that is in 3 minutes. So, Parashar, I'll let you manage that closure if I'm not coming through clearly.
You answer that in 2 minutes?
Okay, so I came through clearly.
The first thing, the first thing I would say is that there's a good chance that if we get X funds this year, we won't spend it all. So we probably will not be back for the $1 million number, even though the budgets, the estimated expenses show $1 million in what we've given you. It could be a less number based on what we spend of the money we get this year. As noted in Henry's letter, there's a paragraph relating to the fact that these are very early estimated expenses. To your point, we don't know what the size of the parade will be. We don't know what a couple of the subcommittees are going to plan. One of the subcommittees, Arts and Literature, has 11 town organizations trying to plan events for a 2 or 3 week period. Is it grandiose? Not really. It's just really getting the whole town involved in many functions, whether it's parades, many events, that they're working on. So I can't stand here today and say exactly what every penny we're going to spend. What we've given you is the best estimates at this point in time.
Thank you. Thank you. 1 minute, literally it's 6:59.
Very brief. Diane Proctor, 57 Sudbury Road. I'm on the executive committee of the steering committee of the Concord 250. I just want to remind us that money comes back to us, and it comes back to us in the form of taxes and revenues spent as visitors come to Concord. And the research that Laurie Trahan's office has done demonstrates the small towns that entertain this kind of event, which doesn't have to be grandiose at all, Brian. It just has to be dignified and represent Concord well. But in the process of all that, we'll get funds back, and it may not entirely pay back what we spent, but it should make a considerable dent. So,
All right, thank you. All right, with that, I propose that we table discussion on all of these articles until after the public hearing. Do I need a motion for that or anything? Or it's got to close the meeting out. All right, can I get a motion to close the meeting?
I'm sorry, where are you closing the meeting?
Well,
Because we
we've
have
got
to
a public hearing.
I make a motion to close the
I heard-
finance committee meeting.
Sorry?
Don't close the meeting. Okay, we're not closing the
You
meeting.
have to close. Okay, open the
We're
hearing.
suspending.
I don't know these things.
Suspended, right?
Parashar, just make a motion to start the public hearing.
I do so. Okay. Can I get a roll call? I see Kathy. Kathy? Peggy?
You're muted. Kennedy.
Here,
Aye.
Emrith?
Here.
Ray?
I agree.
Lois?
Aye.
And I'll ask the room to go, John, go ahead.
John here. Greg here.
Dee Ordner here.
Don Kupka here.
Brian Taylor here.
Rasha Patel here.
Chris Reynolds here.
Lindsay Liss here.
All right, we are now opening, we're now opening the public hearing for the enterprise funds. I just have to call up the agenda here. And okay. Yeah, first thing is we need a scribe. Who do I see there? Do I do any mo? Ray, can I raise your hand for you? I see your hand raised.
Yeah, I haven't been punished lately. I'll do that.
You're appropriately punished. All right, Article 21, Light Plant Solar Expansion Middle School. Show it. Yep. Ron, thank you.
Hello,
You're up.
is this on? There it is. All right. Brian Coles, 33 Riverdale. I'm the current chair of the Light Board and representing this article. So if we go to the next slide. The original article requested $13 million. This is for a solar and storage project at the middle school that is going to be operated by the light plant. So this is there's been some confusion about whether or not this is a school project or a light plant project. I want to make it clear that this is a light plant project. This is not. The schools just happens to be the location where this project is. The next slide. So the capital costs, we drafted this back in November. The first thought was 13 million was the high number. So that's what we requested in the article. We changed the size of the battery. So we downsized the battery size from 8 megawatts to 4 megawatts. We also worked with some consultants that helped us get a more accurate estimation of the capital costs. And what they came up with was the project itself will be about $7.5 million. And if we receive the incentives, we could see $1.5 million in incentives. That's about 25% from the IRA, which is a federal. And we would see, we originally thought we were maybe going to get 500,000 for ARPA funding, but as you just heard, that has changed. So, but that's okay. We're still thinking the 7.5. The next slide, please. So what this project does in benefits, it cites renewable generation here in town. On emitting, it reduces our expenses related to peak demand. It also helps us with arbitrage. The battery allows us to contract better so that in those little moments where we have to buy power at a high price, we can use the battery instead and save some money. And it also makes some progress towards our town goals of 20 megawatts of solar in town and 60 megawatt hours of storage. And so that's been important. We've been trying to do this for a decade. We had an article last year that passed asking us why we're so behind on this goal. So this is good progress. So the capital cost and the maintenance is included in this. So this is a 20-year lifetime analysis. So we put in the numbers for both of those. And if we go to the next slide, I want to tell this group some of the financial assumptions that we had. So we originally in the Light Board meeting, you saw an analysis that had a 20-year term that's been changed to 15 on the debt issuance. And it was at the interest rate of 3.5. The original analysis was 5%. We changed it to 3.5 after talking to Gail, and she recommended that value. And then the life of that we looked it over was 20 years. The inverters have about a 10-year life. So we included in the analysis a replacement of inverters. And then the discount rate is 5%. Next slide. And so here is the financial summary of the net present value. So you can see the monthly cost to a customer, if we don't receive the ARPA funds, we don't receive any of the incentives, and we spend the full 7.5 million, is a little under $2. It's $1.70 or so. And so that's year one. But as you can see, as we continue to operate the battery, it becomes less and less expensive over time. And once the debt is paid off, it becomes a lot less expensive and starts saving ratepayers money. And if we do get the incentives, that's the right side of this slide here. And you can see that it's less than $1 per month. So less than $12 a year, probably more like $8 or $10 of an increase in rates year one. And then it's a larger savings in later years. Next slide. And the next 4 slides are some renderings of what this will look like. So you can see that we have solar along the roof, and we have solar canopies over the parking lot. Next slide. And here you can see more of those roof panels. Next slide. And this is what it would look like from the ground. We had a public forum to go through a lot of the other details that are not finance related. But you know, school buses, fire trucks, it's well out of the way of those. All of the canopies drop into swales, so if we have any avalanches of snow off them, they're not going to hit cars or anything else. They're going to fall into the grass. A lot of design work has gone into this. The final slide. And that's just another lot from the distance. So that's the presentation. I'm happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you. Let me open it up for questions. Dee and then Don.
Don, you can go first.
Okay, I was going to say, thank you for that. And I saw your previous presentation. So my question is, if you had $7.5 million to spend to we asked you to maximize the amount of solar power that you could generate, would you build canopies?
In this town, yes. And it's because of the history of how this town is voted. So the cheapest way to build solar is on the ground.
Yep.
But if we clear Walden Woods to put down a solar array, I think a lot of people would be upset with
Let's say
that.
Walden Woods is off the table.
It is, it is.
But we have a lot of school buildings and with roofs.
Yes.
So would the money that goes into the canopy doesn't generate any power, correct?
Well, it gives us more surface area. We need a lot of surface area to meet our goal. And this is just 1.27 megawatts out of 20.
Does that mean we can't put solar on any of the other buildings we have?
No, it means that we're going to and still need space.
All right. Well, this is my issue with it, is that we haven't exhausted all the low hanging fruit. We're going for the more expensive approach over the parking areas before we have completed the areas that could be done where we could have twice, twice the power generation per dollar spent on rooftops versus.
Not quite twice, but it
canopies.
is cheaper to do it in the ground, but not quite twice.
Well, from the numbers I saw at your presentation, I thought it was $1.50 versus $3.50. No,
No, it was 250 and 350.
Okay.
So a roof would be 250. Parking canopy would be about 350. And those are estimates. Those aren't actuals, which we'll get once we go through the bid process.
So that's my comment anyway.
Okay.
Thanks, Don. Dee?
Yeah, thank you. Hi, Brian.
Hi.
I have a question about the look
Okay.
of this. And I'm wondering with the canopies in the parking lot, and the parking lot sits in front of the building,
Mhm.
is that correct?
Yes.
I'm just wondering if the architects would have designed the building the way it's designed if they knew that there were going to be canopies over the parking lot that sits in front of the school.
It's always been a plan that there'd be solar canopies. So
There has always been a plan to be
Yeah.
solar canopies
Yep.
in this parking lot.
yeah, because in order for us to make this site net zero, we would need that kind of surface area.
So I would request that you have a visual that shows from street level what it's going to look like looking through the
Yeah.
canopies
If-
to the school building.
Go down a couple slides. One more. So that's what it's going to look like.
No, I
And
understand.
then one
I'm
more.
I'm not seeing the building though behind that.
The building is there in the distance. So this would be as if you were standing on the street.
Okay. All right, I'm just trying to,
Yeah.
I'm thinking of a student. I'm thinking of a student in a classroom and they're looking out the windows because that's what kids do, right?
Yeah.
And all they can
They're
see
not
are
paying
these
attention in
canopies
class.
in front of them. And I'm not sold on the canopies in the parking lot. That's all.
Okay.
Any other comments? Questions?
So just to clarify, so the cost and the benefits of this program inure to the ratepayers, is that correct?
Yes, it's funded through the ratepayers, and so they're paying the debt as well as reaping the benefits.
Okay. Peggy? Peggy, you may be muted. We can't hear you.
I think this is an excellent idea. I think the cost is clearly an issue. But the town voted for the middle school. The town meeting voted for the middle school to be net zero. So we can't just ignore these initiatives. Thank you.
Okay, any other
Hey,
questions?
Rasha, I have a question.
Okay, and then we've got one here too. Go ahead, Emerson.
So I've heard a couple of things which I am not able to reconcile. One is that the town voted for the school to be net zero. And the other is the comment, which was in response to Christine's question. Who gets the benefit of the power which is generated here? Is it the school or the town? Could I get a clarification on whether the town ratepayers get any benefit, or is this literally to power the school?
So the ratepayers put up the debt, they pay the debt as well as receive the benefits in lower rates.
Okay, thank you.
And that rate comparison, that analysis is compared to contracting outside of Concord for electricity. So this isn't a very large increase at all to ratepayers. The first few years are an increase, but they're not large. It's because we're using the battery to manage expenses, and there's great value there.
Lindsay?
The loan interest rate that you had on one of your slides of 3.4%, is that
Yes.
still the interest rate that you're expecting?
That is what we heard from Gail. So
Okay.
she was the one who gave us that number. I don't pick those numbers.
Yeah, so Gail, are you comfortable with the three? It said 3.4 on the slide. I think it was meant to be 3.5. So right now, I think medium-term debt is at 3.25. So is that where you got the 3.5?
3.4, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Or 3.4?
And then the other question I had is that slide that you showed without ARPA and IRA funds and with.
Mhm.
If we just heard that you might not be getting ARPA, right?
Sure.
Funds. So what does that slide look like with just IRA? Or what's
Somewhere
the,
between the two.
okay, but the IRA is 1.5 million and ARPA was 500,000. So now it's just 1.5 million. So it's like
So
3/4 of this.
Yeah, it's $500,000, so it would be a third higher to the next one. How can I describe this? The delta between year one in both slides would be about a third higher without ARPA.
But I think the plan would be to take that out of the depreciation
Yeah, so
reserve, so it's not gonna hit the cost.
Okay, if there aren't any other questions, Bob, do you have a?
Just in terms of the borrowing, when Dave and I last chatted, his thinking was that if the school project goes ahead as we all, think the plan would look like, that you wouldn't borrow for at least a year. So to guess an interest rate at this point is really impossible. Interest rates have changed so much in the last 3 days that who knows in a year.
Yeah. Okay, if there aren't any questions, can I get a motion on this article from somebody, please?
I move that FinCom vote affirmative action on Article 21.
Seconded.
Any discussion? Hearing none, let's do a roll call. We'll go down here. John?
yes.
Greg?
Yes.
Dee? Yes. Archie, I can, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None, all right.
I don't think you can do
Hey,
it.
hang on, Parasha, before you move on. Was anybody opposed?
No. Opposed.
No one was opposed. no.
I've got to do a roll. All right, let's keep going. Dee?
We have to do.
We have to do a roll call apparently.
Yes.
John?
Yes. Yes.
Brasher, yes.
Chris Reynolds, yes.
Lindsay List, yes.
Emmerich?
Yes.
Kathy?
Yes.
Peggy?
Yes.
Yes.
And Lois?
Yes.
Brett?
And yes.
Okay, all right. No opponents. All right, let's go on to
Thank you.
Article 24. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it. Okay, plant expenditures and payment in lieu of taxes, pilots. Pleasures.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is David Wood. I'm the director of the light plant. Here with me tonight is the Chief Technology Officer, Jason Bulger. I'm going to present the electric side of Article 24 and the payment in lieu of taxes. Jason's going to go through the telecom section.
Dave,
Next slide, please.
Dave, it's Peggy. You have 5 minutes.
We're going to try.
Oh,
This
you
slide.
can do it. I know you can.
This slide shows the megawatt hour sales. The green represents residential, blue is commercial, yellow is municipal, and street lighting is green, which you can't see because it's such a small number, but it is on there. For calendar year 2023, next slide, please. We have green represents the total revenues, yellow is the expenses, and the red line is the net income. So for 2023, just over 37.5 million in revenues. The expenses are just over 35.5 million, and the net income is around 2 million. Next slide. This slide shows you where the electric sales comes from. The green is residential, it's about 2.9 million. Commercial is blue, and that's 14.1 million. Municipal, million, and that's the yellow. And then the recs are in red, and we collect about 3.3 million there. Next slide, please. So power cost categories, energy shown in the lighter green. You can see that's the biggest expense. That's 12.5 million, which represents about 50% of the power cost. The forward capacity is 2.5 million. It's about 10% of the cost. The transmission is shown in yellow, and that's 5.2 million, which is about 21%. Then there's another dark green, and that's representing 1.6 million for other fixed charges. And then the lighter blue there at the end is the recs that we're referring to. And that's 3.3 million. Next slide. This slide really shows you the our power portfolio diversity. You can see everything from the yellow to the right. That's all non-emitting resources that we have contracted. And then the green is grid mix and the blue is a spot market. So we got about 60% non-emitting resources in the portfolio right now. Next slide. Operating costs. Purchase power is our largest expense. It's 21.5 million. It's a slight reduction since calendar year 2022, but it's still a big expense. Operations and maintenance, and that's about 8 million. That's a slight increase from calendar year 2022 by about 700,000. It includes some tree trimming expenses, a slight increase in our energy efficiency programs. We have some overhead and underground maintenance and some salary increases. The depreciation is shown there. It's 2 million, and that's a regulated number. We collect 3%, and the debt services is $90,020. Next slide, please. Capital outlay. You can see in 2023, we have 4.89 million allotted. Going from 23 to 24, there's obviously a big increase in that, and that specifically deals with the middle school solar storage that you just heard about, as well as settlement only generator stuff we're working on, and that would allow us to push power back to the grid, and some underground conductoring. Using the depreciation funds of 2.2 million, that'll allow for upgrading some field switches, protected devices, a direct buried replacement program project that we have scheduled for this year. And then the underground funds of 715,000 are for converting like the Bells North Street area and adjacent roads that we put Concord in, to underground. Do I get an extra 30 seconds? Where was I? Okay, so the planned borrowing that you see there of 1.9, that's dealing with our smart meter project. So we'll have some this year and maybe some next year. So we're going to figure out that piece. Next slide. Here's our gross margin. It shows the total revenues for 23 that I mentioned earlier, total expenses and the net income. And then you see at the bottom there, the DPU rate of return of 2.92%. That falls within the target that the light board has set for us to be between 2 and 3% annually. So we're on the higher end of that, but we'll see. Next slide. So the payment in lieu of taxes is shown on this slide, 459,000. That number is derived by a formula where we use the last audited financials that come back with the total kilowatt hour sales, and that's multiplied by 2.75 mils. And that's how we calculate the payment in lieu of taxes annually. We derived that formula probably 7 years ago now, and it's similar to some other MLPs that have the same thing. Next slide.
Hello, Chief Technology Officer Jason Bulger, Telecommunications, Broadband. Next slide, please. Concord Broadband is a fiber to the home solution that serves businesses and residences in Concord with speeds up to a gigabit per second, synchronous up and down. We have about 1,650 customers at the moment, and you can find out more at our website, concordma.gov/broadband. Next slide, please. Subscriptions are growing about 5% a year, and we are investing infrastructure into preparing for capital plans so we can continue to expand the service area inside of Concord to underserved and unserved areas. Pairing the growth we have along with the faster speeds that we now offer, we are expecting and forecasting steady growth. In the last 6 months, we have hired a broadband manager, Dale Hartling. He's doing a great job. Some of the initiatives that he's been working on is getting acceptance to the Affordable Connectivity Program, which is going to allow for a subsidy for up to $30 a month for eligible households. And I'm pleased to announce that we were just approved in that program Monday of this week. So we'll be rolling out information soon. We've been installing additional equipment for redundancy for both power and networking equipment. Next slide, please. The revenue sources are mostly residential and commercial ratepayers who purchase the broadband service from us. You'll also see other revenues, which is M&J, which includes installations as well as other work that our technicians might do for town departments. There's a small sliver of municipal in there as well. You can see that revenues continue to increase. Next slide, please. This is the active customer count over time. You can see much slower growth starting in 2019 as a result of the pandemic. We were wondering, were we slowing for a couple of years due to the pandemic and the reduced number of installs, or were we reaching some sort of saturation level? It's probably somewhere in between. We do have some good data that suggests that numbers and growth continues to increase at the same rate. So it's not decreasing. But this does look like the trend that we're seeing lately. Next slide, please. This is the net income. You'll see over time that our revenue exceeds the expense, which is a good thing. And we are in the process of repaying the initial borrowing that was done by the broadband division to do that initial build out from the light plant. And that's a several year repayment plan. Next slide, please. In terms of the forecast, what we're hoping to do is build on the strides that we've made already for taking the recommendations from the Fiber Broadband Completion Task Force. This is a a task force that met for over a year weekly. And we really appreciate the work that they did. And they came out with a detailed report on how we can expand service to other areas of Concord where they currently don't have access. Last month at the Light Board meeting, I gave an update on our progress against some of those recommendations, and we continue to aim toward completing more of them. We have 2 vacant positions right now, a telecom technician who actually splices fiber and a network engineer. So we're looking to hire those. And we're also working on 5- and 10-year capital plans that will help with the rollout of fiber in areas that might be getting new roads or new developments. Next slide, please. We're also working on staff development and training, maintaining high levels of customer satisfaction, and then also improving the network design documentation. When this network was initially built, it was for a smart grid network for the light plant. It wasn't intended to be used for a fiber to the home solution. So some of the documentation for that early time is not to snuff, and it makes it difficult for both troubleshooting and doing new installs faster in new areas. So we've been working over time to improve that documentation so that we can be more responsive to those requests. And that's my last slide. Any questions?
Questions?
Start with broadband and then go to light plant, or we can do both.
I have a question.
Steve, Brian? John?
Dave, so as you look at the financial situation of the life plan and probably do you see any risks on the horizon to the, we're looking for you to, make as much money as you spend, right? So you're an enterprise facility. So are there any risks to that as you look out?
I think, what we propose is pretty healthy. There's always risks, right? We forecast the budget based on degree days, heating and cooling degree days. But we always are very conservative with that. We have been lately. So yeah, I'm not overly worried right now about that.
Thank you.
Real quick question for telecommunications. You mentioned that you have 2 positions that are vacant. Can you tell me how difficult is it to find the people that you need, the correct people or the right people that you're looking for?
Yeah, it is very difficult. I oversee all of technology, so we hire IT positions as well, and we're seeing it across the board for technology positions. It's very difficult to recruit. Hopefully the class and comp plan will help a little bit clarify some things. And also we've been looking to new avenues for recruitment using additional tools and websites that we historically didn't use.
Thank you.
Ryan and then Don.
Just a real quick question on the margins, the gross margin slide. Could you just kind of walk through the timeline? I think there was a bit of a dip in net income. I was just curious to know what had happened over the years there.
Yeah, so we had a year where we didn't have a return. I think it was 2020, the slide shows. We were in the middle of doing a cost of service study, so we had a feeling we were going to be close to the edge, and we were. And then in 2021, the rates were adjusted based on the cost of service study, and that's how we got back into the right side of things.
I have a quick question on the broadband. The initial installation was with debt, people with debt. Do you have a sinking fund or anything to pay for replacement equipment as things age?
We do. Yep. So we have a capital replacement program. Yep.
Thanks.
Any other questions here or remotely? I do not see any. Can I get a motion? Oh, public comment. Sorry about that.
First of all, if all the people could speak right into the microphone, we were having trouble in the back.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, so I have several questions. First one is, I'm looking at Article 24, the light plant expenditures. And I take it broadband is included in that? No, yes?
Yeah, broadband is part of the Article 24.
Okay, because the way I'm reading it, it's being appropriation from sales of electricity and servicing and jobbing. It sounds like it's the regular light plant, but it doesn't say anything about broadband in Article 24.
So the telecom is a division of the light plant.
Right.
So we break it out in terms of the budget so you can see both sides, the electric and the telecom. But at the end of the day, the numbers get merged back together for the DPU. So it's in there. Maybe it's not worded properly.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Okay, well, I know we've been probably doing it this way every year. This is the first time I've seen that.
No, but it's a good observation.
My other question kind of related to that, I'm looking at the enterprise fund book, which I read more carefully this year than I have been. And on page 47, it talks about the broadband contributions to group insurance, retirement, OPEB, et cetera. But it basically looks like mostly zero. And I'm wondering if they're included in the life plan page. And the same with the contribution to the general fund for town manager services, legal services, all that.
Yeah.
Those are, thank you for that comment. We actually continue to look for ways to improve how we're splitting it out, but it is all included within the light plant. So we will take that as feedback going forward to see if we can continue to break it down more granularly.
Or to put a footnote saying, see page, whatever the page. Okay, great. And my last comment was about the goals for the light plant. I'm really excited to see the time of use electricity rates being a long-term plan. I believe you have to put in the advanced metering system first, which is your goal in 23. So I was wondering, are we still on schedule for putting in the advanced metering system by the end of this year? And what would the date be for the approximate date for the time of use rates?
So the meters are on schedule. The first shipment of 80 is scheduled to come in next month. And then the next 2,000 will be in May. So we're on target. That's just for the residential. So the commercial ones, the lead time on the meters were 63 weeks. So we'll do the residential first and then start doing the commercial. The board is talking time of use, and to implement that will require the smart meters. And that is still our target. But in terms of when that will happen, the meters have to go in first, and we won't complete the residential meters until sometime in 24, calendar year 24. And then the time of use could be adopted.
So they won't, time of use won't go in for 24. It'll probably be like 25 at least.
No, we're targeting for 2024.
Excellent, thank you.
Thanks, Terry.
Oh, I didn't give my name and address. In this correctly, Terry Ackerman, 89 East Ridge Road. I'm on the select board, but speaking as an independent.
Thank you.
I didn't.
Go ahead.
Dean Banfield.
Please.
If Peggy, please put yourself on mute. Go ahead, Dean.
Okay, sorry. Dean Banfield, 73 Walden Terrace. And I just lost my place, so it's going to take me a second. What happened to the thumb on the scroll?
That's why paper is better.
Anyway, I'm going to kind of cut to the chase. Sorry. Okay. The filed financials that are found in the appendices of the enterprise fund budget book this year are a full year old. The ones that are available on the DPU website are more current. They're still not greatly current. They're as of the end of 2021, 12/31/2021. So I went to that to find the numbers I was interested in. I've made these comments before. There are multiple funds available which are considered to be balances that are accounted for at the end of the year. We have $14 million in accounted for balances. Of those, 6 million are in the depreciation fund that Mr. Kupka was asking about. Do we have a way of, constantly refreshing our inventory of assets? And that's 6 million. But there's another 7+ million that are in what are called special funds or other funds or restricted funds. Not the DPU is different from the language that I find in the budget book. So I'm going to call it restricted funds. Can you describe what $7 million of restricted funds are restricted for? And is there any way we can tap those for purposes like building our solar or other purposes that are the benefit of the community?
Sure. We do have a number of restricted funds. A couple of examples. We have an underground fund where we collect about 1.5% on your bill. You might have seen it. That is governed by Chapter 166. It can only be used for the conversion of underground from overhead. So that's a restricted fund. We have a power cost fund, and that money can only be used on power supply. So power supply is revenue neutral, which means what we bill you for power supply is what we pay for it. And if we over collect, it gets put in that fund. But it's been the policy of the board and in that fund balance policy to have 2 months of power supply in there. And so we've been following that for as long as I can remember. So there's a couple examples, but the restricted funds are specifically for restricted things. We can't just take that money and use it for something else. If the power supply fund gets over the 2 months worth of power supply, you'd get a PCA credit on your bill where we start giving money back. And we've done that, and we've also collected on the PCA as well.
Thank you. I did have one question around how the pilot formula is set. You said that it was set last looked at perhaps 6 or 7 years ago.
That's when, yeah, that's when we changed the formula.
Yeah.
Myself and the chief financial officer at the time went through the process and, you know, looked at a couple other ways that other MLPs were doing it. And we basically take the last audited financials.
That's fine. I'm just wondering, can we like revisit that and see whether that rate can be modified, hopefully upward?
Yeah, we don't want to go upward.
Sorry?
We don't want to go.
I know you don't, but the rest of the town might. But in all seriousness, if it's been 6 or 7 years, I'm wondering whether it's worth actually revisiting the rate and see what other towns are doing.
We certainly can do that. I can
Okay.
tell you that what we pay for a pilot is very high for the size of electric we are.
Yeah,
So-
fair enough.
Just to piggyback on that, though, just in terms of best practice, good process, is there a process to revisit
So
the policy in and of itself, as opposed to arbitrarily saying, hey, it's time to look at it?
So it took me about 6 years to get the agreement to look at it. And so that's when we made the change. And yeah, we can go back and look at it again and have the conversation. Gail and I would do that. And maybe it is time. It's a good suggestion.
Thank you. Last comment, and then we'll move on. Go ahead.
So Mark Howell, 668 Nurse Neck Hill Road. Just to the point that you guys were just on, the pilot used to be based on the net asset value, and then there was a change to make it volumetric. And that was quite a harangue and probably a wise way to go about it. So it's clearly a financial policy area that the finance committee could delve into. But I wanted to ask another question. It has to do with the reserve funds and the relationship between the amount of reserve funds that we might have to deal with, say recovery from extreme weather events. You know, maybe we could characterize it in terms of the expenses for recovering from the F1 tornado that happened on Ridge Road a few years ago. And how many dollars in reserve specifically compared to the asset value of both the electric distribution grid as well as potentially broadband grid, so we could kind of understand how much we have in reserve in the event that some major climate driven occurrence takes place here in Concord.
So early on in the 2000s, we collected $1 million for emergency reserve. And so that's in that fund balance. But the total assets of the light plant are over 63 million. And is that what you're getting at, Mark?
Yeah, and do you remember about how much we spent just recovering from the Ridge Road tornado?
I don't off the top of my head.
Yeah, but it
was probably 400,000, 500,000.
So
and that's just
reserved for a few blocks of neighborhood. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other raised hands. Can I get a motion?
I
Nobody?
move that FinCom vote affirmative action on Article 24 as proposed by the Light Board.
I second.
All right, let's do a roll call.
Yes.
Greg, yes.
Dee Ortner, yes.
Don Kupka, yes.
Brian Taylor, yes.
Parashar Patel, yes.
Chris Reynolds, yes.
Lindsay List, yes.
Yes,
Hold on, let me just go through so we don't, Amrith,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes,
Ray,
Yes.
Peggy,
yes.
Lois.
Yes.
All right, there we go. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it. We now move to Article 31, BD Swim and Fitness Center Enterprise Fund expenditures.
I've never been able to talk about BD in less than 5 minutes, but I will do my best.
Gonna get me creative.
Oh, you're on a tough ship. Okay, great. Next slide, please. I'm Anna McEwen. I should say I'm the Recreation Director who also oversees the BD Swim and Fitness Center. This is our motion that we'll bring forth to town meeting this year. Next slide, please. So these are the budget categories that encompass the BD Center's budget. From memberships to special events, the BD Center has a variety of different programmatic and membership-based elements. Next slide. I think it's very important to briefly touch on our unaudited FY22 position as it absolutely relates to how we're positioning ourselves for FY24. So if you recall, the BD Center was projected to lose about $500,000 in FY22. And as of right now, unaudited, it's looking like we are going to end about $300,000 in the black. So we had a fantastic year for a lot of very good reasons and also some tough reasons. So you can see our revenues were up about $700,000 over expectations. And simultaneously, our expenses were down about $137,000. Those expense savings, while some very good, others were not. We were very short-staffed this last fiscal year. And so that's accounted for here. Next slide, please. What's most exciting to talk about is our membership data. So you can see on this slide that our highest membership category continues to be the single adult. That's the red line at the top, followed by family memberships and then couple memberships and student memberships. And specifically, what we're most excited to see is that for the first time since 2017, our family memberships have exceeded 300 units. That's huge data to have at our fingertips, and I'll speak to what we're going to do with that data on future slides. Next slide, please. So this is more data, and you're going to hear me reference using data for our decisions a lot tonight. So this is a breakdown of our memberships in FY22. Most people have an idea or understanding that the BD Center is primarily a facility that is tailored towards the aging adult, and that we aren't family friendly or welcoming to younger participants and members. This chart tells us otherwise. So here you're seeing that 60% of our memberships are under the age of 50. And within that, about 32% of the memberships are under the age of 20. That's incredibly important information to have as we draft our policies and programs for the future. And as I sat at the BD Center for about 10 months during a transition of our general manager, I recognized that the reputation of the BD Center and what our membership and who our membership is was really guiding our programmatic and policy decisions instead of the actual data of our memberships. So again, this is incredibly important information for us as we move forward. Over the course of the next year, the Recreation Department, along with the Recreation Commission, is going to make some very calculated decisions that will position, in our opinion, the BD Center to be in a place that truly places it as your community pool, allowing it to sustain for years to come. Next slide, please. So with that information, we've set the following goals for FY24. We need to challenge ourselves to be innovative and expansive in our programming and special events. Plain and simple. We have to do better. We have to go bigger. We also need to implement cost recovery tools. So right now, the BD Center is really setting program prices to cover the direct cost of that class and not necessarily account for the overhead expenses of what we know to be a very, very expensive facility to operate. We also need to better control our capital expenses and anticipate our capital needs more proactively. And I spoke to this last year as well. Our building is 17 years old now. We've, over the years, as the net income has depleted, we've pushed out a lot of maintenance projects. So we have a pretty expansive deferred maintenance program right now. And we need to better capture what that is and exactly what we need to do so we can plan and make changes before we're reacting. And the last piece related to that is we need to expend the capital dollars as we've allocated. So over the years, I think from what I've seen, it looks like we haven't spent all capital dollars that we've requested because that bottom line was already bad as it is. So we are set on spending the dollars that we request to get caught up with the deferred maintenance that we know is outdated. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot of FY24. We are expecting a net income of a loss of $35,000 for this year, and I'll explain why. Our operating revenues are projected to be about 2.4 million, and our expenses about 2.5 million. So I truly do believe that the BD Center can position itself to be net positive for the long run, but it is going to take us, I'd say, 4 to 5 years to be able to do that, this being year 2. So this number that you're looking at is inclusive of a very robust staffing plan. We too have been affected by the employee shortage, and we're taking aggressive steps to try and attract employees to come work at the BD Center. This is also very inclusive of large program growth. So as we increase our programs, we increase our staff, as well as the supplies that we need to facilitate those programs. Next slide, please. So looking briefly at the revenue sources, you can see here that we continue to depend on our monthly recurring memberships for the majority of our income. That has been on the leaderboard for many years, and we expect it to continue that way. Following the monthly recurring memberships are our in-house swim programs, as well as our miscellaneous revenues, which are our 10 punch passes, guest passes, things like that. Next slide, please. There's also a couple of non-operating revenues that are factored in here. So you saw in the first slide, we're projecting about $20,000 for investment income in FY24, and that's a very conservative number. So as of December, we actually have $40,000 in that account, but recognizing how variable the market is, we wanted to keep that number at the $20,000 range. So that very well could go up or down. We also haven't factored into our budget that we'll be requesting the maximum allotment again from the endowment, which is typically $20,000 to $22,000 for the year. We're going to be reaching out to the Sawyer Trust, the Sustainability Fund, to help fund a solar feasibility study, which I'll speak to in future slides. And we've also reached out to the Community Chest to support training for lifeguards and WSI staff, as well as a Wellness on Wheels program that would bring our fitness programs out into the community. Please. So this is a quick snapshot at our expense sources. And you can see here that our personnel services continue to be the largest category of our expense, followed by purchase services and depreciation. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we absolutely recognize that we have opportunity to increase our revenues, and we simultaneously recognize that many of the overhead costs of the center, we can't adjust, meaning we have to keep the pool motors running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have to keep the dehumidification systems running. So there's not a lot of opportunity for us to cut those pieces down. So instead, we're looking into the energy savings initiatives. Over the years, I'd say since 2010, the BD Center has reached out and participated in various feasibility studies, some on solar water, some on domestic hot. And then in 2011, there was also a solar feasibility study done, but it's incredibly outdated at this point. In 2019, we had a company come in and do a full energy audit of the building, had someone come in and take a peek at how we physically were set up, how our motors were running, the systems that were put in place. And that report gave us 4 initiatives that they recommended we focus on, which are the things you see on your screen. And I'm proud to say that as of November, we completed all 4 of those tasks. And we're estimating a $10,000 to $15,000 savings a year due to these small changes that we've made. Excuse me. In the FY24 operating budget, we have allocated $25,000 for that solar feasibility study. And if we can offset that with some funds from the Sawyer Trust, we will plan to do that. But one way or the other, we're going to move forward with that. Next slide, please. So I referred to this before, the BD Center is a very involved building. There is a lot of different mechanical aspects that require the attention, the full-time attention of one person. Right now, there's many of us that contribute to the maintenance aspect of the BD Center. And we're all able to contribute, a portion of our energy, but not 100% of the attention that it requires. So in FY24, we've requested to hire a recreation facilities coordinator. This person will do just that. He or she will look at the deferred maintenance. They will work on the preventative maintenance schedules. They're going to support the external aquatic sites, Emerson Pool and White Pond. They're really going to dig into all of these things that we need dramatic attention on as we work with a 17-year-old aging building. We're also hoping to take part in town asset performance inventory in FY24, if that moves forward, where we can really get a good baseline of where our systems are, so then this person can move forward. Next step, or next slide, please. And then the third long-term plan, and something that we want to be clear on, is the numbers that you saw tonight do not include any payback to the general fund again for FY24. We recognize that that is something that we should and will expect to return. And our short-term initiative with this is that cost recovery tool. So we're creating formulas and data sheets that will have a multiplier that will make sure that we're pricing our programs and our memberships to account for the return of what we predict to be $120,000 to $140,000 of general fund expenses. Last year, the committee pointed that out, that to get a true snapshot of what our net income would be, we should be considering that. And these tools will be doing just that, so we can plan to return those expenses. Next slide, please. And the last slide just looks at the fund balance. So we've been coached to always have 6 months of operating in our reserve. And you can see here that we have more than that, far more than that. The fund balance is stable and it's actually growing, which is a great trend for us to see. And we're confident that it will continue to grow as we make some of these large changes and recommendations that we spoke about tonight. The department and the team has worked incredibly hard. We have a new general manager who has done nothing but great things to lead the BD Center forward. And we're really excited to see all the work that will come in this next fiscal year. Next slide, please. And that is it. Answer any questions.
Thank you.
Sure.
One question around the facilities.
Sure.
Person. Does the town have somebody that you can use? Because it seems like it's almost a temporary position, 1 or 2 years. Is that your vision, or you're envisioning the person there forever?
Forever. Yeah. If I could tell you the handful of things that will happen at that building in one day, that you can't make it up.
Questions?
Sure. Just one quick question. I really appreciate it. I was at your meeting when you gave that presentation before, and you're working really hard. I'd really appreciate that. Everybody does. My question to you is, other than finding staff people for your classes, what do you think is your biggest challenge in the next year to 2 years?
The facility. Absolutely.
The facility itself.
Yeah. So when the BD Center was built, not a lot of maintenance happened for the first 6-7 years. The facility was shiny and brand new. So again, instead of really focusing in on the smaller projects like painting or ceiling panels, things of that nature that seemed small, they weren't addressed at all. So then fast forward 10 years later, a lot of things had to be done at the same time on a challenged budget. So it's been deferred. So the facility will continue to be our biggest obstacle after staffing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I did forget to note, this is a remarkable turnaround.
Thank you.
Last year, we were thinking 2 to 3 years from now, we'd have to look at options to close the place. So
Correct.
kudos to you and the team for actually doing that. It was a huge turnaround. So thank you. The other point, there's at least 1, maybe 2 centenarians. Are you guys planning any celebration for them?
It's funny that you say that. We do have a recreation member on the 250 committee who's going to be tuned in, and we will continue to use BD as a special event site. And I can see our general manager glowing in the back. She's got lots of great ideas for ways BD can be out in front of the community.
I have a question. Do you have a sizing on the deferred maintenance?
So you'll see if you look at our capital plan over the next 5 years, it's over $1 million
in total.
Yes.
For each year.
Yes, no, in total. But there's some big numbers in there too. So we're planning the feasibility study for solar in FY 24, potentially having to replace the roof in 25. That's about 300,000, give or take. And then solar installation, 600,000, you know, so that's just to get the solar project in place. That's not to replace the bikes, to purchase backup pumps and motors. So it's a very conservative capital budget. And as Kathy and Adam, our assistant director, continue to get more comfortable with the budget, we're going to be looking at that more closely.
And how do you think you're going to fund it?
We are going to work with Gail to look at different mechanisms where we might be able to borrow, or I don't know what the options are. It's not my expertise. So we'll be working closely with the town to figure that out.
Okay, thanks.
Right. So actually, one other question around solar. You said you're gonna go to some charitable organization for funding the solar?
The Sawyer
feasibility
Trust.
study?
Yes.
Okay. And if they don't give it, or you're pretty sure they're gonna give you funds?
I can't speak for what they'll do. We've prepared in the operating budget to pay for that. We put $25,000 next year for the study.
Yep.
So we'd love for the trust to be able to support us. If they can't, we're gonna do it anyways.
Would the municipal light plant actually do the study? Because won't they be the ratepayers will be the beneficiary, right? One way or the other.
So that's a question for Dave. At some point, him and I have spoke briefly about this, as I have with the sustainability director. So the data that we saw from 2011 was that the solar panels just on the roof of the center could reduce the electricity costs by like 70%. So we could probably use most of the energy that it's produced. We'll consider everything, including parking lot canopies if necessary. But I think BD is what.
I'm joking. No. Any other questions?
Just to piggyback on Parashar's comment, congratulations. This is just relative to the comments last year. This is a huge turnaround. So kudos to you and the staff. You did mention that you did have to make some hard choices about getting to this place. And I'm curious to know, are those hard choices sustainable over the long run, or are those sort of somewhat temporary until you can kind of come up with a plan B?
Yeah, so when I speak to changes, you know, some are very small that make a big difference, and others will be larger, more expensive changes. So one example, the therapy pool, which we now call the warm water pool, has primarily been closed to children until 2 p.m. So if you're a paying member and you were a stay-at-home mom, or like me when I was on maternity leave and I wanted to just get out of the house, I couldn't go and use that warm pool that would work for my baby until 2 p.m. That decision was made years ago, and it's been a standard of practice that we've had, but it was absolutely excluding people that are paying members from using all those spaces. So that was a policy decision and a policy change that we made that perhaps that has helped with some of our family memberships returning. People can use all of the spaces as they wish. So we're looking at that with the data to make programmatic and organizational changes, and we'll continue to look to the commission for support on those.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee from folks remotely? If not, I'm going to go to Don.
It's just to throw something out that for your consideration. There are some wonderful stories of data centers being built adjacent to swimming pools, and the heat, the energy that's used to cool the data center is then going in to heat the pool water. It's a win-win. It's just, you know, throw that out there.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Any members of the public wish to comment, either here or remotely? I don't see any hands waving or people jumping up and down. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve Article 31.
Second.
All right. Let's start, Lindsay, at your end.
Yes. Lindsay Liz.
Chris Reynolds, yes.
Rashra Patel, yes.
Brian Taylor, yes.
Don Kupka, yes.
Dee Ortner, yes.
Greg Guerrero, yes.
John Garofalo, yes.
Emrith,
Yes.
Kathy? Peggy? Ray?
Yes.
Lois?
Yes.
Okay. We have enough votes to pass that motion. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, moving from swimmable water to solid waste. Just saying.
Yes.
Hold on one second. Go ahead, Dan.
One item that Anna has been asked to present on in the past, even though it's not on here, is on the recreation fund itself. So she is prepared to do a quick update on that unless we want to. Peggy had said yes originally, but if time is.
2 minutes, 3 minutes. Well,
2 minutes. Do you have that presentation available?
And then Parish are 2 minutes.
Oh, I think that's what I said.
What article are we moving to? 28 or 38?
We're just waiting on the presentation to be pulled up. It should be momentarily.
Okay. Great. Great. So this is the Recreation Revolving Fund. The budget categories within that operation include the things that you see here on your screen. Next slide, please. So these are our budget goals for FY24. One thing that we will be strategizing this year is how to successfully absorb the Recreation Administration and Hunt Recreation Center budgets, which total about $230,000. We're going to continue to prioritize our professional development opportunities. That's really been on a hiatus for 2 years. Some folks were in the middle of multi-year trainings that they haven't been able to complete. And then we will, like the BD Center, be creating cost recovery tools for all of our programs in the operations. So we make sure that we're covering all of our expenses. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot of the revolving account, and this is something that you don't typically see of the revolving account, a loss of $304,000 for next year. So when we set this budget, we had simultaneously already set many of the program fees that affect FY24. The recreation world, we're planning and pricing 6 to 8 months in advance. So when we received notification that we'd be absorbing those 2 other expenses, we weren't able to, in this fiscal year, prepare to absorb those and increase costs of our programs. So that's the biggest reason why you're seeing this. We are projecting 2.4 million in revenue, which is slightly above last year, and 2.7 in expenses. Next slide, please. So the recreation fund sources, you can see here, the school year childcare programs continue to bear the brunt of the revenue that is brought in on the revolving side, followed by summer camp and our youth and adult sports programs. Next slide, please. You can see our revenues year over year. We've prioritized not having a dramatic increase in revenues year after year. And this speaks to that. We're seeing about a $46,000, I'm sorry, a 2% increase in our school year fees to offset some of this new expense. We did not increase any of our fees for summer camp, and we've added a new full day preschool program where we typically have just half day programs. Next slide, please. So the expense sources, like the BD Center, personnel continues to be the most predominant category for us, followed by purchase services and general fund. Overall, we're looking at about a 30% increase in our expenses over our FY23 estimates. And again, very easily defined with the addition of the Hunt Recreation Center and Recreation Administrative budgets. And next slide, please. So you can see here, again, the expenses are going to jump dramatically compared to last year and even more so during the more COVID heavy years. We are adding 3 new full-time positions to this budget that were otherwise in those 2 other categories. We're adding more staff for our school year programs, our summer camp programs, and minimum wage increase to $15 in January, which affects primarily summer camp, where we're hiring lots of 16-year-old kids. So that has been accounted for in our expenses as well. Next slide, please. Wanted to point out as well that the revolving fund does pay back to the general fund. We had a 2-year hiatus during COVID, but have paid back $137-ish thousand the last 2 years, and will continue to plan on doing that. The cost recovery tools and mechanisms that we'll be putting in place will account for this, as well as the new expenses that we're going to be absorbing. Next slide, please. And last slide. This is just a quick snapshot of the fund balance. You can see the dramatic growth in 22 and 23, and I just wanted to take a brief second to explain why. So during COVID, the early education and care program put out grants for childcare programs called childcare stabilization grants. Those grants were allocated based on our enrollment in monthly increments for the full school year. They've continued into this school year. Last year, we received about $350,000 from that grant program that paid for $350,000 of our planned personnel expenses out of about $380,000. So the fund balance therefore didn't take that $400,000 hit, and we will not have it be expensed against the operating budget as well in FY23, but that will expire, that will go away. So that fund balance is going to be dramatically affected when those grants are used up. But overall, the fund balance is healthy, and we shoot to keep it in that $1 million range to pay for the rainy day funds of things that we don't expect. And that's my last slide.
Great,
Questions?
thank you. Great.
Who was on the savings side of those positions that got pushed over to you?
Who's on the savings side?
Yeah, where'd they come from?
Yeah, so the BD Center is the general fund paid for the recreation administration, which is my salary. And then the custodian for our building was also in the Hunt Recreation budget. Both of those were in the general fund, and now they'll come to us. The facilities position and parts of a couple of aquatics roles for the BD Center are kind of getting repurposed from full-time positions that we currently have vacant. So the BD Center isn't actually seeing an increase in full-time employees. They're seeing a slight decrease, while the revolving side is seeing almost a 4-person increase.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Oh, Chris?
So the loss, the $300,000 loss, how does that get absorbed?
That's a great question. It's going to affect our users. So program prices are going to have to go up. You know, we, for the last 3 years, haven't increased prices of summer camp. We want to be an affordable option for all Concord families. So that will have to go up. School year typically goes up 1% to 2%, but we're looking at probably a 4% to 5% in future years. So again, the user will be directly affected by this.
And the $2 million reserve, can that be tapped for some of the deferred maintenance in BD?
I don't believe it's allowed to do that. The enterprise fund has to only pay for the enterprise fund.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah. Okay, Article 38, solid waste disposal, I guess our disposal fund expenditures.
Yeah, Sharon, should we move motions as we go through these articles or wait till the end?
Well, we've moved 3 of them, so we might as well just move the rest of them. All right,
That was my question.
Is that a question?
No, Parasha, she was thinking that the presentation we just had related to one of the articles. It was not. It was a presentation about the funds, and there's no article associated with it. No, we'll have a presentation about Article 38, after which we'll have a motion for that. I believe that's the answer to Peggy's question.
Okay, thanks, Evan.
Thanks, Amber.
Okay, good evening. My name is Alan Cathcart. I'm the Director of Concord Public Works. I'm standing in for Aaron McCloskey, who is our Highway Ground Superintendent, who is responsible for managing the program. He was out working with the crews, fighting back the snow, well over 24-hour tour of duty, and so I told him I'd relieve him. He has sent along Justine St. John, who has been working with the Highway Grounds and Public Works for several years and has become sort of the go-to person on our solid waste recycling program. So if you have so many specific questions that I can't handle, I may sort of go into the audience and ask a friend. With that said, Chris Carmody, if you could, if I can have access to share the screen, I will sort of take control so I can run through. See if we can get this to work. All right, wait a second. There we go. So rather than read this to you, I'll just let you take a look at it. The essence of the solid waste program is you manage through Public Works. I report to Public Works Commission. Developing the budget, we do very closely with the town manager's office, finance director, as well as taking guidance from the FinCom as far as the approach. With that said, I'm sort of going to go through and try to keep it simple and short and sort of be able to answer your questions. There's a few important nuggets that you're going to hear tonight, and rather than drill into numbers, which you can certainly do, if you do, I may again ask a friend. There are some important overriding principles and needs that we need to understand as a community as far as where we're going with our solid waste program, which in its day, when it was developed over 25 years ago, was state of the art and a model. It's 25 years later, and I think one of the overriding messages is we need to kind of reevaluate what we're doing and why. So in essence, our mission is to provide efficient, environmentally sound, and I underscore that is kind of what drives our program, as well as being cost effective. But we've learned in Concord that sometimes the community is willing to pay a little bit more for specific kind of services, especially when you're talking about sustainability and environmental practices. The curbside program itself is a weekly collection program. It's not required, people do, and occasionally will have a third-party contractor provide services the town can't, more specialized, but we have a service contract with Waste Management, which our staff manages, and then really works very closely with the community on any questions, concerns. So you're not calling a big brother, you're just calling the town, and we're here to help. It is a pay-as-you-throw program. It's a combination of a subscription fee that we charge everybody twice a year, and then the pay-as-you-throw is to try and encourage, incentivize reduction in waste reduction. So you can get tags for bags or stickers for your bin, depending on what's most efficient for you. We say environmentally sustainable. I'm not so sure we can tout that as much as we used to, and we'll talk about that a little bit. As far as the economics, it's driven by the services that we sub out. We do have household hazardous waste collection services that we offer the community. Again, we talk about semi-annual billing, and over the last couple of years with COVID, we've been able to develop an online program where you can get your subscriptions as well as tags online. You can also work with some of the local stores in the community to, if you like, face-to-face. The program, one of the more popular programs we've called the drop-off swap-off. Again, when we originated this, it was pretty novel. Now the rest of the Commonwealth are practicing similar principles. They like to call them zero waste days. But in essence, an opportunity to get rid of some of the bulky waste and things you couldn't otherwise dispose of, through the regular trash pickup. And as I mentioned, with the household hazardous waste, as a subscriber, you're entitled to a visit to the Minuteman facilities over in Lexington. It's sort of a coalition of communities that work to have one location where the hazardous materials can be collected, stored, and disposed of properly. The program expanded not too long ago to include mattress recycling. You may have heard or learned that mattresses have been banned in Commonwealth of Massachusetts from regular trash pickup. We were ahead of the curve, and we had a program working with a grant with DEP to offer to purchase a container that we have over at the compost area on Walden Street, and you can get a ticket, go online, get a ticket, and schedule for a drop off, and we'll receive it on a scheduled basis. And then we also have other programs for batteries, bulbs, mercury, that sort of thing. The compost site's a very important part of our sustainable principles. Yard waste, as you know, is also something that was banned to be disposed of, years ago. But Concord, like many communities, has a program where for residents, we will collect your yard waste, brush. We will compost it. We will allow residents to pick it up after it's been conditioned. It's a very popular program. At the same facilities, we collect paint. We have sort of a swap off of paint where you can go and get different kinds of paints if you want to just try it out or drop it off so it can be disposed of. With the numbers, the program is a little over $2 million. You can see, the real important, value here, not just the number, is the curbside collection contract. That's for the actual equipment and personnel required to go to the properties and pick up the trash and recyclables. You can see equally significant the recycling processing and the contracted disposal services are also significant. Again, I'm going to kind of highlight and harp on that collection opportunities that I think we're starting to revisit as far as how we could do it a little bit more environmentally sustainable and kind of in keeping with the Concord's long-range interests in sort of doing the right thing when it comes to managing its waste. The revenue is primarily accounted for through the subscription. You will see that the tags and stickers account for about 21% of our revenue, and those are the to incentivize waste reduction. And we also work with the schools. There are contributions to the general fund, for support services for the program. But you will note that there is a differential. If I go back up to the cost of the program of 2.3 million and the revenue of 1.9, you do the quick math and say, well, that doesn't quite compute. That doesn't seem sustainable. Well, it really isn't. And what we're looking at doing, well, I'll stay on this slide, is we've collected and we have a reserve fund that we've been able to dip in to help us through some of the rockier events over the last few years, which deal a lot with the value of the recycled materials. You are familiar with the fact that we have cardboard, paper is separate from the other commingled recyclables, and there's a reason for that. When we started this contract, and we've been working with Waste Management for decades now, there was value to the cleaner recyclables, the paper and cardboard. We used to get revenue from them because it was value in this material. A few years ago, that sort of a model flipped, and it's become increasingly an increased cost and expense to the town. So we're reevaluating this model and the services that we presently have, which is where the trash is picked up and brought to one facility. The recyclables are picked up and brought to another facility. And there really isn't, we're one of the few communities that continue to follow this practice, because most companies are now in the business where they can reduce the traffic, they improve the equipment, and they can pick up both your trash and recyclables, bring them to the same facility where they will still be managed efficiently, but they significantly reduce the fuel, the service, the equipment costs. And so we're going to be looking at kind of reimagining what we need to do for Concord. We are currently in a 2-year contract with Waste Management. The reason is we had to enter into something to bridge this pretty turbulent time. We were trying to figure out what is the right long-range plan for Concord. We are going to be contracting with a third-party consultant to help us understand what the right models are today. We did a survey a few years ago where we got a pretty good pulse of what the community is interested in seeing. We worked with Reuse It, to sort of listen as a soundboard for some of the principles and practices that we're trying to champion. And we will provide a lot of public outreach to explain what this program will look like moving forward. But it speaks to the revenue versus the expenses. And we've been dipping into a reserve fund with an understanding that we still need to go up. We're looking at a 10% increase in our subscription fees. Probably in June, we may have a hearing with the Public Works Commission. But the reason is we have reserve, and we really think our program is going to be significantly different moving forward. So rather than have a significant rate increase to try and project where we're going to be in 2 or 3 years, we figured we dip into the reserve, develop the program, and set the rates accordingly. But we think that if we use the existing model and cost, it won't reflect really where we're going. As far as the actual cost to our residents, you can see up on the screen, we're looking at about $450 for the average annual cost. That's going up to about $482 we're projecting, and after the 10% increase. Most of our customers take advantage of both the collection and disposal and with the recyclables, but we also offer a recycling only option for those who just want to take advantage of, again, doing the right thing and minimizing their waste stream. So we're looking at a increase of about $16 for those customers. This slide here shows you the projection of kind of where we've had as far as we've been, our operating revenue over the years has gone up. You'll see the last couple of years kind of notably. That was when we entered into a short-term contract with Waste Management. If we had a long-term contract, it would likely mean different equipment and a different service. But just to get us over the hump, we just went with a 2 years. So you'll see that increase, and you'll see the as far as the operating expense has gone up. The yellow line, if you can see that, is the reserve balance, and you can see it was very healthy, up over $500,000. But we've been sort of dipping into that, and we're projecting having somewhere in the $100,000 in reserve at the end of FY24. That is the program in a nutshell. Willing to entertain any questions you may have.
Questions? None here on remote. Don't see any hands raised. Any members of the public? I don't see any. Can I get a motion?
Move affirmative action on Article 38.
Second.
Okay. Chuck, kick it off.
John Garoppolo, yes.
Greg Railo, yes.
Dee Ortner, yes.
Don Cupcake, yes.
Brian Taylor, yes.
Rashford Patel, yes.
Chris Reynolds, yes.
Lindsay List, yes.
Cameron?
Yes.
Kathy?
Peggy Briggs, yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Lois?
Yes.
Peggy had said yes. Okay, great, thank you.
You did.
Next
Okay.
article, Alan, right?
Great.
Article 39, sewer system expenditures.
I always ask for this option to switch it around a little bit, only because I like to talk water first, because 95% of the community is served by water, about a third is sewer, and it sort of helps.
We should renumber the articles in the future.
In fact, that's a good recommendation. I think I'll offer that next time. This is a standing request. So
Article
thank you.
41.
Thank you for that. Would anybody like to stand up for a second? You've been sitting for
Yeah, I
a
was
long
gonna get it
time.
myself, but why don't
Would
you
you-
keep going if you don't mind?
Okay, if you just want to stand up, I'm going to continue, but please, I know you've been sitting here. It's hot in here. And it's, yeah, and you don't have to, no ovation, just stand. Chris, if I can have control of the screen again. Looks like I've got that. Share. All right. Okay. This is, people know I'm very passionate about the water wastewater. I am going to, again, keep it brief with the opportunity for questions. So I'm going to go through, again, not read the article, but in essence, it is an enterprise fund. Again, we report to the Public Works Commission. They set the rates, they establish policies and regulations for the water system. The system is composed of a significant amount of assets, over $25 million, includes a surface water supply, groundwater supply, 6 of them, a number of pumping stations, some advanced treatment systems, 2 large reservoirs with a storage capacity of about 7.5 million gallons, over 134 miles of pipe in various ages and conditions and materials, and over 1,300 hydrants. The operating, the O&M budget, you can see, is $5.5 million. We put a significant amount of our expenses in depreciation. Again, as a enterprise fund, we do account for that. We also have a significant contribution to the general fund. That includes for financial services, for support from planning, NRC, town manager's office, within Public Works as well. The pump, treat, storage is about 60%, and that's really kind of for the daily wear and tear and operations and personnel services. Capital plan, you're looking at somewhere about $5.6 million total. We have on our radar water main replacement. You're going to see that our interest is on an annual basis. Somewhere between $1 million and $2 million is what we'd be looking at per year. It should be closer to 2 million, but there's some sort of balancing act we're going to have over the short period where we're looking at significant investments in water treatment. That's going to be our primary focus over the next 5 to 10 years, with the fact that we have to continue to update and maintain our distribution system as well. You'll see the meter reading, billing upgrades. That's to support and coordinate with the Municipal Light Plan Initiative. So while we won't have the same opportunities of the granular data that they're going to be able to get with this new system, we will be providing better information, more timely information to water and sewer customers. Under the source protection, a lot of that is focused on our integrated water resource management, program. Our interest is to have plans and a program that works for Concord with respect to sustainable principles, but also smart permitting. And we need to do both. And the permits, I'll talk a little bit about, as we get into the discussions kind of moving forward. I'm going to just go to the next slide, which is the most important aspect is people want to know about the rates. Again, there will be a rate hearing in front of the Public Works Commission, but our budget plan at this point was for a rate increase of 12.5%. And that sounds steep. And I have to say that we don't take this lightly. The 12.5% is really the cost of our first phase of drinking water quality compliance, dealing with Nagog Pond. We have to establish a brand new treatment facility. We've been planning on it for years. We've gone through a lot of planning, permitting, design, and litigation. And last year we were ready to launch, and we got the next foot dropped on PFAS, the first inkling that we may need to slow things down a little bit because PFAS is a new contaminant of interest. I'll talk a little bit about more because it's all over the news as of yesterday. It's been all over our area of interest for a couple of years, but we took a step back. We did request and receive a state revolving fund loan to proceed with the construction of the filtration facility at Nagog last year. But because last year we realized PFAS was about to be a game changer, not just for Concord, but across the nation, we held back moving forward because the economy was in flux. supply side, equipment, materials, contractors. Everything about the situation was high risk. And we also began a discussion on long-range planning for all of our sources of supply, not just NAGOG. And we started evaluating regional water, and I'll talk about that as you see fit. But we are at a point where we need to look at all of our individual sources of supply, identify what the needs are over the next 5 to 10 years, and compare that with alternative sources, MWRA. This conversation has been going on for the better part of 6 months. It's very serious. We're part of a coalition of communities, which include a lot of our neighboring communities. I think we're up at 8 or 9 different communities that are part of the conversation. It's very real. But before we start putting lots of money to the tunes of tens of millions of dollars into treatment, we want to understand how would that work with a regional solution that may be a medium or long term. So we got a lot on the plate. So the 12.5% increase will be the beginning of what it'll take to proceed with the completion of the design and construction of NAGOG Pond treatment facility. We, as of yesterday, were notified that there's a new bar that has been set for PFAS, which means we're probably going to have to look at some other sources for advanced treatment. And again, to the tunes of tens of millions of dollars. So we're taking a step with, if we go it alone, it's not regional, NAGOG is likely going to happen, but and that's what the 12.5% will get us. The regulatory drivers and challenges, we talked about the Safe Drinking Water Act. We have PFAS, or polyfluorinated alkaline substances. It's a class of thousands of compounds that are used and have been developed since the 40s. You're probably getting a lot of information now as of the announcement yesterday, but they're on all sorts of products, stain resistant materials in food supplies. They found them in water up in the Antarctic at very trace levels. And we're talking about a contaminant of interest in the parts per trillion, which is unprecedented. We used to deal with parts per million, even parts per billion with volatile organics. Parts per trillion are 1,000 times less than that. And we're talking about traces where the limits of detection, the equipment we have to measure it, is close to the standard that's being established by the regulators. And it's remarkable, but we're not alone in having to sort of address and deal with it. There's going to be a lot of information that we're going to need to communicate, but we have to be very deliberate as far as what steps we take, so we don't need to, what we think needs to happen. And again, this is going to be a part of a conversation that's going to be national. I'm going down to Washington next week to talk about infrastructure needs on behalf of the state of Massachusetts with American Water Works Association, and guaranteed all the conversation is going to be about PFAS. We still need the infrastructure. That hasn't gone anywhere. We still have significant needs, but Concord has been doing pretty well as far as our investment. The one thing that I would add is revised lead and copper rule. Again, another regulatory driver. You're hearing more about lead services. And there's an interest, even the president has been talking about putting infrastructure money into replacement of lead services. So if you look at PFAS, lead services, and general infrastructure needs, that's what's driving our bus. That's what our day-to-day operations are going to be sort of revolving around, and that's what our budget is going to revolve around.
5 minutes on.
We're done.
Okay, perfect. Any questions? We came just in time. Go ahead, Dee.
Hi, Alan. I have a question on the state revolving fund. What is the amount on that?
So the state revolving fund is through the Clean Water Trust, is a loan program the state has where it's designed to, it provides low interest and recently no interest loans to communities with the idea that they pay back in. And so they build a fund, and they have Concord, because of the health needs, the fact that we're putting in a filtration facility, we rated very high. It's every August is when you submit for these requests. We have the NAGOG water treatment facility, probable cost estimate now going back 6 months or so was close to about, was it 28 million? $28 million. The loan, you can only qualify for $15 million as a max every year, but oftentimes they will sort of give you multiple years, but they only commit year by year. In the past 6 months, there's been a rush to try and incentivize and put money towards lead service line replacement. There's been a rush to help communities with PFAS exceedances. And these were PFAS exceedances of 20 parts per trillion, which are now what we call the good old days. And that was 2 days ago. Yesterday is when EPA made their announcement. They were coming with 4 parts per trillion for certain constituents, which again is remarkable. But so PFAS is a priority. And other parts of the priority is the state and federal funding look at environmental justice communities for prioritization. And in fact, in environmental justice communities with PFAS, we're getting principal forgiveness loans. So in essence, almost the equivalent of a grant. Concord had a 2% loan, which was very good, especially when you look at where the interest rates have gone over the last 6 months. But we will not be moving on that because we just thought it was prudent to hold back and really figure out where we're going. And we will resubmit. There's no penalty for resubmitting. We will still rank pretty high because of the fact that we're talking about we have our NAGOG pond is one of the few unfiltered surface water systems in the country. It's sort of, we've defied all sorts of logic for maintaining this asset, but we are, at the point where we need to really invest in it. And we're probably going to be looking to do that beginning next year.
All right, thank you.
Just one other question. What's the timeline for the regional system that you were talking about?
We're looking at, I'd say, planning 5 years, construction 5 to 10.
15 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Questions from the members remotely? Don't see any. Questions from the audience? Mark, are you coming up to make a comment or question?
Yeah.
All right.
So this is the actual decision maker on the MWRA regional?
Well, right now, MWRA is having conversations with communities in the North Shore, South Shore, and we've introduced the Metro West in the last year. Conversations with North Shore and South Shore have been going on for years, and they've had really difficult time just getting common interests and sort of connection from one community to the next. The Metro West is a coalition of communities that all have a similar need. We know where we're going as far as long-range needs for economic growth and development, as well as the challenges of cost for production of water. And think of it, and so the decision-making is going to be a combination of the communities that have a skin in the game. And right now, we're looking at Sudbury, Concord, potentially Bedford, Lincoln, potentially Acton. And so what we're doing is going through a very general concept discussion, which is going to lead to some preliminary design and then some cost estimates. And then we're hoping that we can sort of collectively start looking for funding. And there are opportunities with a program. The WIFIA is a large federal funding program. So it's going to be determined, but the conversations, the Metro West have been very fruitful, and there's a lot of similar interests. The question is going to be cost and schedule.
Yeah, so
Just one quick question. We still have a few more articles to go through, Mark.
I know, I'm just trying to understand at what point Concord as a community decides whether regionalizing our water supply is a good idea for us. And I would at least suggest that might be made in stages, like conceptually, before we sort of have a fully costed out design discussion. Maybe we need to make sure that it's a direction that the community really wants to go. And one small detail question is the $100,000 for reservoir work. Is the reservoir work and there's that completed at this point?
30 seconds.
Thank you.
It's for Pine Hill.
That's for Pine Hill.
Yes.
So there's that finished.
Yes.
All right, Terry? One question, please.
Right, one question. It's pretty detailed, so if you don't know, you want to email me, but on page 70 on the enterprise book, there's two different debt service schedules for water. And one shows that we're going to pay 3.7 million in debt service for water, and the other shows we're going to pay 600,000 in debt service for water in FY24. And I'm confused, what's the difference in these charts?
I believe, and I'm going to just have Bob Hill sort of step in if I, or Bob LaSure, depending on. One was for water main and one was for NAGOG design work.
What was the second one?
NAGOG design
Okay.
and intake work, actually, which we're completing this year.
Okay, so one's for NAGOG and the other was what? Water main?
Water mains, correct.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other questions or comments, because I'm not allowing any, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve Article 42.
Can we get a second?
Second.
All right. Lindsay?
Wait, it was Article 41, not 42.
The water article.
Oh, the water, sorry, Article 41.
41.
Second,
All right, Lindsay.
Lindsay List, yes.
Chris Reynolds.
Rashir Patel, yes.
Ryan Taylor, yes.
John,
Not to be a pass. Did you mean affirmative action?
Lois, Peggy, the article we're voting on for affirmative action on Article 41 on the water.
Correct.
Is that a question?
I thought the motion, she said to approve. I think it's affirmative action.
Yes, it's affirmative action.
Excellent. I agree. Yes, for me.
Greg Royale, yes.
John Garofalo, yes.
Aerith,
yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Peggy,
Yes.
Lois,
Yes.
Kathy. And
Yes.
Ray.
Yes.
All right, it is passed. All right, can we do Article 39 now
Correct. We'll do 30 and 40 is just sort of a tag on.
in 5 minutes?
All right, I'm going to be very, very quick. Again, enterprise fund, this is the authorization for town manager to expend the revenues and jobbings that are collected for the operation management improvements of the sewer system. The Article 40 is a sewer improvement fund. That's a fund established at town meeting to allow the town to collect money for new use of sewer expansions. It's for existing facilities that may expand or completely new facilities. This goes into a fund that's dedicated to allow the town to spend in infrastructure for expanding our service capacity. Sewer serves about a third of the town. It's in the more densely populated areas, as you might expect. As you go outside the dense populated areas, people have private Title V septic systems. You can see the area in the green, kind of highlighted in the upper left part of the town. Downtown area, that shows our collection system. We have one wastewater treatment plant that's very advanced over off of Bedford Street. Number of neighborhood lift stations and over 34 miles of collection main. The most significant part of our operating expense is the contract operations of the wastewater treatment plant. Again, just like the water fund, we have 33% of our operating expenses for depreciation. We also have contributions to the general fund, and you can see the purchase service, personnel services as well. As far as the capital plan, we are routinely spending significant money towards infiltration. That's to keep the town from treating groundwater. It's more and more expensive to treat at the wastewater treatment plant, so it prevents groundwater from getting into some of our systems over 100 years in age, old clay pipe. Contributions for the meter reading, upgrade. And then we have miscellaneous investments at both our stations as well as the treatment plant. The rate increases are not as significant. Obviously, in the wastewater, it's at this point, I will say at this point, PFAS is not an issue.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, it's going to become one, but it's too soon for us to start forecasting what that actually means. But you'll hear news articles about sludge disposal challenges, and it's going to become more and more of an issue. But in any event, we're looking at a 5% increase over the next few years, and it'll drop down to about 2%. Carrying out for 10 years, the impact will be about $37 a year per resident.
Thank you. Chris?
Thanks. Alan, in other discussions in town about growth, so whether it's commercial growth or housing growth, even more dense housing growth, one of the things that comes up sometimes as a limitation is sewer. And I was just curious how that works and whether that's something we're looking to change.
I will try to be brief. I'm going to show some slides. So if you come back and review this, you'll see them and you can pause, and it's important. The driver is a comprehensive wastewater master plan. And you can see I sort of put that up. If you go online, it's a great read. This is a summary of a very long process, but it will provide an explanation as to how the town over 20 years ago identified a capacity constraint, just like a septic system having a certain size. If you have a small house and then you put a much larger one, you may have to replace the system. Same thing, but only larger for us. It's not easy for us to upgrade. So this document provides some background. I'm also going to share on the screen that it informed a certificate the town got through the the Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs, EEOA. That certificate is very important. That the town made commitments as far as how it was going to manage its wastewater, this federal NIPD's permit. It informed a decision to phase construction in very strategic ways. We talked about 4 phases. We designed and constructed the first phase only. There's 3 others that sort of are on hold. Unlikely we'll be moving on those in the near future, but there's still there's a commitment. We modified sewer rules and regulations to try and prevent unintended growth when we expanded the sewer. That's always a concern to the neighborhoods. If you bring sewer, the concern is you're going to change the nature of our neighborhood. So there's controls on the sewer rules and regs. After that study, we then went and identified with a comprehensive long-range plan, the planned production housing plan. We realized there was a disconnect. Our planning model was not to grow, it was growth neutral. And then town drivers for planning said, well, we want these things. So that then informed an integrated planning initiative. And again, all these documents are available. That was to try and look at what are we going to do over the next, 10 years? What can we do to possibly expand? And I'm putting on the screen again, if you come back and look, these are various efforts that we've made. We haven't been standing still, but we still don't have an increase in capacity. We are looking to work, and we're focused on West Concord right now, to look at our design, the CWMP, and see, is there something that we might be able to do, or we're sensitive to affordable housing interests. We're also affordable to, sensitive to economic growth and development, but we have to make some decisions. And I think this has to be a very public process. And so if we do revisit this, we're going to make sure that we have public meetings to talk about what were the priorities, Do we need to change that, adapt? And, are there some strategic alternatives that may not have presented themselves, 20 years ago? So we're going to revisit that over the next 6 to 12 months aggressively.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? And online, do members have any questions? I don't see members of the public rushing, Mike. Nobody remotely. Can I get a motion?
I move affirmative action on Article 39 and 40.
Second,
All right, Sean, we'll start at your end.
John Garofalo, yes.
Gregorio, yes.
Dee Ortner, yes.
Don Kupka, yes.
Brian Taylor, yes.
Rasha Patel, yes.
Chris Reynolds, yes.
Lindsay List, yes.
All right, Amrith. Kathy,
Yes.
Peggy.
Sorry, Parashar, yes.
Peggy,
Yes.
Fred,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Lois.
Yes.
All right, thank you, everybody. And now, last but not least, Article 42. Sorry. Are we running ahead of schedule?
Just stand up here.
Yeah.
Where's Article 42?
What is it, or?
Article 42. Okay.
All right. Are we doing 43?
We're doing Article 42.
Last but not least.
The agenda.
Yep. So again, Jason Balzer, Chief Technology Officer, here to present on the PAG Access and Cable Related Fund. Oh, we lost something there. Okay. Stands for Public Education Government, an acronym for the 3 pillars that represent the cable access channels that we have created by the Cable Act and the Telecommunications Act. We have a franchise agreement with the Comcast, which provides monies to create a station and equipment for a place for people to come and create content and broadcast. They are the ones, if you're watching on TV, airing this program right now. So as you can see here, the total request this year is $537,557, of which 135 is reserved for capital improvements. The fund balance is just around $1.4 million after fiscal 24. Next slide, please. Just wanted to go over some of the goals we have for fiscal 24. We're looking to fill some positions and have enough videographers on staff to cover events like town meeting and meetings like this. I want to thank Sean and Cardi, who are here tonight covering this meeting. I also like to mention the 250th celebration. We're both planning on covering the events of that, week, month, year itself, but also all the planning that's leading up to those events. So I'm happy to say we've already been involved in the 250th celebration. Thank you, Henry. Next slide, please. We're also looking to renegotiate the franchise agreement with Comcast I alluded to earlier. So that's a 10-year agreement, expires next August. And we have engaged the services of the Buskey Group and Sue Buskey to help us with that. I'd like to thank the PEG Access Advisory Committee. They've taken the lead in helping negotiate or start the negotiation process for that. Some of the capital projects like the Ripley School and the Townhouse, I'll cover in the capital section. And I'd like to just mention that we're going to continue to expand our work with the schools and make sure that the students have a strong relationship with PEG and have access to the equipment and training to use the equipment. Next slide, please. Here we'll get into the revenues. So the revenues projected for Comcast are pretty conservative here at 310. If we use the last payment as a benchmark, we'd be looking more closer to 330. But we are seeing a general trend downward of these. It is based on the number of subscribers and the fees collected from those subscribers in town. You'll see here the Carlisle fee is estimated to be 20,000. The fiscal 23 is an estimate right now at this point, and In 21 and 20, things were way down in Carlisle because of COVID. We essentially bill them for the hours that we cover meetings and other events. And with COVID, they were way down. They have returned, so we do anticipate it picking up in fiscal 23, perhaps north of the 20,000, and then 24 could be higher, but again, these are conservative numbers. And the last thing I wanted to mention was the PILOF, which is a payment in lieu of franchise. It's only been around for a couple years, but it was meant to be a transfer between broadband and PEG access to maybe offset the loss of revenue from subscribers that went from Comcast to broadband. It's difficult to calculate those fees because a lot of our broadband customers are also Comcast customers, so there isn't really a direct loss. And as the PILOF was calculated, it was actually a percentage of revenues. And broadband revenues aren't just subscriber revenues, they're what we talked about earlier in tonight's presentation, which includes dark fiber leases and other jobs that the town itself pays broadband to do. So we're proposing removing that. Next slide, please. In terms of expenses, you can see here a summary. I'm not going to go through all these totals. They've been out there for some time. The staffing levels are steady this recommended year, fiscal 24, at 5.9. And we are proposing, we have a station manager proposed in the new class and comp plan. It's called a media manager, but that position has been filled in the past. It's been vacant for a little while, but we're proposing filling that. And the education coordinator, which is another position, we're going to sort of morph that into one of the current lead producer roles that we have. The general fund services that you see here at the bottom, the $1,500, those are for HR related services that are billed back to the Minuteman Media Network. Next slide, please. Here are the capital projects that we're proposing to do. I'd like to point out that this request has been increased by $51,000 from our original proposed budget. That was due to the meeting that we had with the PEG Access Advisory Committee a couple of weeks ago. There, our consultant, Sue Buskey, pointed out that our rather large fund balance of over $1.5 million was going to make it difficult to negotiate with Comcast because we're not spending our fund balance. We took a look at that and we looked at our upcoming capital requests that we were looking to do. And we moved a couple of the ones from fiscal 25 into fiscal 24 to do that so that we could be in a better place to negotiate that renewal with Comcast. So the townhouse and hearing room upgrades, that's this room and the townhouse right now, we cannot run 2 meetings at the same time. So if another board or committee were in there, we could facing the cameras and some of the switching equipment to better cover this room. Broadcast hardware, the way that people are seeing this meeting at home right now is through some equipment that's over 13 years old, and we'd like to replace that at the studio. The Ripley equipment replacement is mostly cameras. The school and the towns have jointly spent about $8,000 to upgrade the equipment there, but we found there's further deficiencies with the cameras now that we've replaced all the switching gear. And then the last piece is editing equipment, computers that were used by students and staff to actually edit the meetings and programs that we put on the station. I wanted to mention that the capital increases that were over the initial proposed budget were always going to be done. It wasn't like we just came up with things to spend money. These are vital things that we're going to do anyway. And we're happy to get them done sooner. The townhouse and hearing room were going to be broken into 2 separate projects, which was going to be tricky, but we were trying to be conservative with the fund balance, but we've been told that that's not going to be in our best interest. And then just the last thing I wanted to mention is that Friday is Mark Pauly's last day with Minuteman Media. He's been here for 4 years, and we want to thank him for all the work he's done to help create Minuteman Media and cover all the events that he's done and all the growth and leadership he's shown in that time. And we wish him well. So that's the last slide that I have. I'm open to any questions.
Thank you. Questions? Anybody?
Challenges in the next 2 years?
I think staffing and getting the public more engaged. We have a challenge at the school right now because we can't have the public come onto the building during school hours. And so it makes it difficult to do programming there and interact with the public. So as we came out of COVID, we started interacting more with the public. We're trying to be that resource for them. People who have ideas, they are starting to reach out, which is great. And now it's just making sure we have the staff to accommodate those requests, and we have the offsite meeting locations or can do it outside of school hours to work on that content.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Folks on Zoom? Oh, Terry?
Just real quickly, I didn't see in the budget, any portion of, your salary or, staff salaries or employee benefits being charged to this fund.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So the benefits, again, are calculations based on real world data. So if employees aren't using benefits, then we don't budget for them. Relating to staff resources, we haven't budgeted for that in the last 2 previous years. So both Aaron Stevens and Kate Hodges weren't billing their time back for the last 2 fiscal years. I think that with this transition period, we're looking to have a division manager there, which might change the dynamic. So we can use this year as a gauge to sort of see how much time is actually required of general fund employees to then cross-charge that back in the future.
Right, I think that would be important as we look for ways to tighten up coming up, and you have a
Totally
good,
agree.
healthy balance there.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carlin?
Hi, Carlin Reed, 83 Wits End, also chair of the PEG Access Advisory Committee. Just to let you folks know that our committee has voted to support the budget request, and we encourage the FinCom to recommend affirmative action. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, can I get a motion?
Vote affirmative action on Article 42.
Second.
Okay. John?
John Rapolo, yes.
Greg Royal, yes.
Dee Ortner, yes.
Don Kupka, yes.
Brian Taylor, yes.
Parashar Patel, yes.
Chris Reynolds, yes.
Lindsay List, yes.
Okay. Kathy? Peggy?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Lois?
Yes.
Amrith?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for attending. And I think with that, we will have a roll call. Close the public hearing.
I would like to comment, yeah, just a brief comment. If we can spend more money on PEG access and audio visual, I think that would be by far an excellent investment for not that much money.
Agreed. Okay. So can I get a motion to close the public hearing?
I move we close the public hearing at 9:04 PM.
Second.
I'll second that.
Lindsay?
Yes.
Yes.
Parashar Patel, yes.
Brian Taylor, yes.
Don Kupka, yes.
Dee Ortner, yes.
Greg Royal, yes.
Don Rapolo, yes.
Kathy?
Yes.
Peggy?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes, I think.
Lois?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, the public hearing is closed. We are going to take a 5-minute break.
We make it 2.
We can make it 2 minutes.
Yes.
Sounds good, I heard. Okay, so, do we have a quorum? Roll call.
John Garoppolo here.
Greg Morello here.
Dee Ortner.
Don Kupka here.
Brian Taylor here.
Rashtra Patel here.
Lindsay List here.
Amrith,
Yes.
Peggy,
Here,
Ray, Eric,
Here.
Lois,
Here.
Kathy.
Here,
Chris Reynolds is here as well.
All right.
Ray here.
Sorry? Okay, oh yeah, we have a quorum. Calling to order. Eric, are you gonna continue scribing for us, please?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, I appreciate
Thank
that.
you, Eric.
Okay, we have public, oh, I'm looking at the wrong agenda. Hold on. Oh. Where is this agenda? Okay, I propose we're gonna skip the review and voting. Oh, wait a minute, no, we're not gonna skip that. Okay. So we have a total of 5 articles for which we have to vote. Article 7, free cash. Article 17, the school budget. Article 18, CPS capital budget. Article 25, which is the party, and Article 26, CPC. Based on the events and the updates we received today, is it fair to say that we can actually vote on Article 7 free cash since nobody is appearing to want access to that money this year?
I just had a comment on that. I was asking our chief financial officer for some information on Article 7. And Article 7 is the one, it's kind of like it's just the bonus where we recommend that $1 million gets used to defray taxes. And I thought about that and I said, it sounds great, but what does that really mean? So I asked Gail to look into that. And for Article 7, the median household, if we do not give the free cash money towards deferring the costs of the taxes, then there would be an increase of $150 to the median level of property. And at the same time, and without giving the money away, free cash would go from 5.06% to 5.86%. Just a piece of information, but I had never thought about what are the implications of not providing that funding.
Okay, thank you. That's good context. Thank you, Dee.
I'm ready to vote on Article 7.
I need a motion.
Recommend affirmative action on Article 7.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Further discussion? I'm looking particularly at the members on Zoom. I don't see any hands raised. Do I see members of the public? We didn't ask them. Oh, Bob? Oh, sorry, Ray.
Just, it seems to me that the money is fungible, whether it comes from ARPA or whether it comes from the tax, free cash going back to lowering the tax rate. I guess I'd like to vote on the most important thing first, the school budget, and see how the free cash affects that, or how that's affected by the school budget. I guess I'm struggling with, it seems like that's just a nice thing we do every year, and it basically offsets some of the increases. It moves the money from one year to the next.
Yeah, so I'll ask either Gail or Bob, and I think what you're suggesting, right, is instead of refunding the money back to the residents, increase the tax rate by the amount that he talked about, and if the gap is currently 500 and something, give that money to the schools. Is that what you're suggesting, right?
Yeah, I think that's, I mean, it's $500,000 pretty much either way. I mean, those two numbers are are close, 5 million, I mean, 500,000 versus 583, whatever it is, 585.
Yeah, no,
Did you wanna-
no, I just feel like we need to really think about trying to support what the schools are trying to do here. And if we can come up with some money to do that, I think we should try to figure that out tonight. And Ray's suggestion, I think it's a pretty good one.
Okay. Other comments, questions, thoughts? So we've got a motion on the table to approve this. Do you either have to withdraw it or vote on it or amend it? Ray, do you do?
I'm
I'm
happy
not the
to withdraw it
parliament.
if they want to go to school. It's okay with me.
Okay.
I withdraw the motion.
Okay, so now we need to modify the, actually, can we even do this? Can we have the money go to the schools? I'm looking at Armin and others. From a procedure perspective, is that something we can recommend, Carmen? How would that work?
Sorry,
Given that
what
the-
are you, sorry, Parashar, what are you looking to recommend?
Sorry, well, I'm asking Carmen. If we want this money to go to the schools, what do we have to do? Do we-
If
you wanted some of the free
Yeah.
cash to go to.
Yes.
Well,
instead of-
no, I think what needs to happen is we need to vote on this, vote it down. Right? And then to get to what D is articulating, then the free cash level goes to 5.8.
Sure.
Right.
Okay, but I think Ray was suggesting we take it
But
and give it
either,
to,
but either way, we're increasing the taxes.
Right.
so from a,
Right.
from a process perspective,
Yeah, okay.
Excuse me, Parashar,
yeah,
my comment is, if we do that, we're increasing the taxes.
yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm just wondering from a process perspective, is that,
So we're just moving the P under the shell.
I understand that, just hold that thought for a minute. I want to get to what the implications are of our motion if we do this. Is it-
So if you wanted some of the school's budget to be funded from free cash rather than from appropriation, you could do that by putting it in the motion. The schools would have to choose to do that when they move the motion. And I'm sure that if you wanted to work out that agreement, you probably could. The language in the warrant article is flexible enough to allow different sources of funds to be used in the motion under the article. But it's really 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, right? I mean,
Carmen, is that true? Article 17 only allows source of fund to be appropriation. It doesn't allow transfer from available funds or transfer from free cash.
sorry,
Article 17, as printed in the warrant, only allows appropriate the sum of 45 million as the source of funding. It doesn't allow for transfer from available funds or transfer from free cash.
oh, okay. Well, in that case, the language is not flexible enough.
So if it's not flexible enough, what, Barry, do you have something to say?
So you can do that. You can use that as a funding source. We look at all of our spending and look for funding for all of the spending. So there is a way to do that. What I would say is free cash is it's one time. So what are you going to do next year? Right? It's
Right.
it is contrary to our financial policies to use one-time funds for operating. And as Kathy said, it's property tax. So just raise the just property tax. That is that would be the better thing to do. Where we do not want to get into a position where we're not following our financial policies. That is not look good to the rating agency.
John?
Isn't this just ending in this?
Hold on, Ray, just hold, John's making statement on coming, Ray.
Are we just
Ray
getting?
is. Sorry, it's chair. Ray is raising his hand. Good.
I'm sorry, can't hear you.
Peggy says Ray has his hand up.
Okay, okay, thank you. Yeah, I hear Kathy's observation. I think it really is the shell game. I mean, it's really, it feels like it's the net effect is the same, and why make it awkward? And Carrie's point is good, that we don't want to, change town policy for my sensitivities. I don't think that benefits anything. So I'm prepared to vote on Article 7.
All right, thank you, Ray. John, you were gonna say something or maybe have a question?
Point's been made.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we no longer have a motion on the table. And I get another motion on the table.
No, we have a motion to.
But she withdrew it.
Oh,
All right. I move affirmative action on Article 7.
second.
All right, John,
John Garoppolo, yes.
Greg Royal, yes.
Dee Ortner, yes.
Don Kupke, yes.
Brian Taylor, yes.
yes. Parashar Patel, yes.
Chris Reynolds, yes.
Lindsay List, yes.
Ray,
Ray Andrews, yes.
Amrith,
Yes.
Peggy,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
and Lois.
Yes.
Okay. You. 4 down, 4 more to go. All right, so let me propose we go to Article 26, because that may be the easiest one. We get that out of the way. We have an update, I believe, from Dee. So Dee, can you, and the last, we had a couple sections where we had some questions, right? And you were gonna go back and get us an update. So
The only one that I think that is really has questions is the article of item E, which is the Warner's Pond
yes,
restoration project. And from our meeting on March 1st, the town moderator indicated that we could pull an item if we were undecided at the time. And I would recommend that we pull item E from this list, because the study will not, the questionnaire that went out to people to respond to on Warner's Pond, the 3 options, that closes today on the 15th. The consultant, which gave a very, very good and thorough presentation at the meeting on the 2nd of March. I don't know if they have their final report and they can turn it around by the CPC meeting on March 21st. And we won't have that information until whenever the consultant presents it and also presents it to the CPC. So I think we should, at this point in time, extract item E, and we'll do it whenever it comes around. It might be the end of the month, it might be at town meeting, and decide at that time. We don't have enough information. We don't know what of the 3 options they're going to select based on the survey results.
so I was under the impression that they were gonna meet the day after our meeting and then make a decision. Did they not decide? Is that basically what happened?
Well, they don't have enough information because the survey was presented on the 2nd. The survey information was presented on the.
Dee, when is CPC going to meet on it?
Excuse me?
When is CPC going to meet on?
On the
this?
21st.
On the 21st?
Yes, and I'm not sure that they're gonna have a recommendation at that time. It just depends on how fast the consultant can turn it around. And maybe the chair of the CPC can speak more on this.
You, Diane Proctor, 57 Sudbury Road. It's our understanding that on the 21st, the CPC will make a decision, even if they have not made absolute determination as to which of the projects how to proceed, because they're going to need the money that we're allocating, regardless of which project they undertake. And unless they just decide to do nothing, they decide to do nothing, which seems from my hours of conversation with Delia, highly unlikely. that we will go ahead and support that. Now, if they come to a determination that they can approach the dam destruction, and I don't mean dam that destruction, but dam destruction, if they decide to do that, they'll have an opportunity to get state funding, because there's quite a bit of money out there for that and for that effort. And the money we're giving them is not enough in any case to cover all those costs.
But they have
So-
already 2.5 million, right?
They not from us, but they have squirreled some money away, and then they have the CPC money,
Right.
and they're very close to that much, Chris.
Yeah. So
they-
if they can get grant money for the
That's right.
dam, they might not need another half.
Well,
million,
and then
right?
what they would do is not spend it, and it would return to us to use for resources, natural resources use and recreation.
But that might
The
not
following.
be the option that is presented.
Okay.
But I mean, but the point is that regardless, we know that they will. We know that if they're not going to spend it, they'll return it to us. So it's not as if they're going to go out and behave irresponsibly with those funds, should they be appropriated by the town by vote. Thank you.
And there's no other substitute projects that you would submit. There were no one else that was.
It's,
an
no,
application.
that's really wonderful, because we had just a given amount of money. We spent every penny of it. We didn't put any in reserve, but we were able to fund fully all of the applications this year.
Okay.
We had a bit of a bumper crop of money this year
Mm.
because of some state assets that were unexpected. So
Dan, can you just clarify who us is in the return the money to us statement?
yes,
So everybody's clear.
where do you want to go? No, they return it to the CPC.
Thank you.
You know, thank you.
Okay,
So I think it makes sense what Dee is offering. So do we need to, how do we do
Motion.
that? We need a
we need a
motion.
motion. He's gonna do one.
Okay, motion to omit item
Wait.
E, not omit, that's not the right word. You-
So,
you
sorry,
wanna-
what is? Are we making a recommendation relative to what we want somebody to move on town meeting floor, or are we trying to? Could somebody describe the intent of this motion rather than the motion itself? I don't think we have enough information to make a motion at this point in time. We probably have to wait till the next meeting when we have the information.
Well, no, all we want to do is line item of the other projects within Article 26, Amrith. So we're gonna line item it, and then we're gonna leave out item E. And we'll hold on that one.
Okay,
Which
thank you.
the town moderator we can do.
I believe we're entertaining a motion to,
Peggy, hold on one second. Lois has her hands up. I think she was about to say something.
No, I think I did say it, Amrith, that I was just explaining to Amrith that what we're talking about doing, not moving, recommending affirmative action on fewer than all of the line items is something that, as I understood it, Carmen said we could do.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, Peggy, did you have a question or a comment?
no, all right. It's a good clarification, Lois. I would, as chair, I should not move, so please proceed.
Okay, so go ahead and make the motion.
Okay.
What did she say?
Motion to approve Article 26, exclusive of a hold on item E.
Can we say items A, B, C, D, F, G,
Okay,
and H?
motion to approve in Article 26, items A, B, C, F, G, and H.
Oh, there's I and J on the next page.
Yeah, she did.
I and
Second.
J.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All right. John?
John Rockaway, yes.
Craig Royal, yes.
Dee Ordner, yes.
Don Pupke, yes.
Brian Taylor, yes.
Parashar Patel, yes.
Chris Reynolds, yes.
Lindsay List, yes.
Lois?
Yes.
Amrith?
Yes.
Peggy?
Yes.
Kathy?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes.
How about 18? That's easy.
Sorry?
How about 18? That's easy.
Well, let me, it may be easy, so let's do this. 18, yeah, okay. Yeah, so, Don, you want to make a,
Well,
we don't have answers to your questions.
no, I'd like to speak for a moment on Article 18. So before we replaced all the school buildings, I think the town adopted a policy of dedicating $900,000 a year to capital for the schools, which made a lot of sense because there was a lot of deferred work to be done. And this way there was no huge bill at one time. But now we don't have that situation. We will, and again, another 5-10 years, we'll start having to need to spend replacement capital. But in between now and then, there are going to be one-offs that come up and things can be. So what I'd like is if we do not recommend to approve $900,000 of capital every year toward the schools, but rather do it as the schools are running their operating budget on a zero zero-based budgeting. So every project stands on its own, and in that way, I went back since our last meeting through the last 20 years of town budgets, and the fastest category of our spending is debt service. We're now up to double digits of our spending toward debt service. And back in 2003, it was 6% of our spend. So my point is simply that it deserves more thought, what our capital goes into. And when this policy was adopted, things were very different than they are today. We don't have that same problem. So that's my opinion.
So I would suggest that Don's information is heard by the community and as well as the school committee. And that going forward in future years, maybe $900,000 isn't the magic number every year. Maybe they can assess, if I'm understanding you correctly, they can assess, the school should be assessing what do they really need in routine maintenance on a year-to-year basis for each year? Or to do it annually.
But this is not maintenance. That's in the operating budget.
Don, can you speak in the microphone?
I'm sorry. I was saying that this is not maintenance. I totally agree. Routine maintenance has to be funded through the operating budget. This is capital replacement of items that have been installed in the last few years, where they have a continuing life. So the need for CapEx going forward is, at least at this point in time, should be much lower on these relatively new buildings.
It just depends on how they've been doing.
But you would agree, Dee, that a 100-year-old or 50-year-old school needed a new roof. It needed a lot more than a brand new one,
They
right?
should assess it every year.
There
Their
you go.
capital expenses should be assessed every year, not necessarily $900,000 every year. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So Don, is the problem, when you say the problem, is it of old schools? Is that?
Yes.
Say that they're of old schools? I don't know the age. Alexa, do you know the age of the, like, Alki? Is it 50? Like, what are the ages of, what's that? Almost 20 years.
Yeah, that's our oldest now. Once the middle schools are done, we'll have everything will be 20 years or newer. Or
20 years or newer. And then we just heard from the BD that 15 years is taking a toll on their building.
I don't doubt it. I think that in 15 years, we probably do have some selected replacements. But it's a totally different situation than when this policy was adopted. Because we don't have, at that time, we had there were so many things that needed to be done. They were trying to say, well, let's just allocate $900K a year to Band-Aids, all of these problems.
Right.
Thank you.
Other comments or questions or here? No. Go ahead, Chris.
I have a question.
Yeah, we'll get the Chris and then Amrith.
Just 1 second. So Don, you had sent, I think, a series of questions about the particular item that they wanted to replace or refurbish at Ripley. Do we have answers to those questions yet, or?
I haven't seen it yet.
We don't, and that's because Lori and Bob have been busy at the Best Restaurant, I think. Is that where you said homeless shelter? Yeah. So what we're gonna do is prioritize the ones that directly affect this article and have them give us an answer before our meeting next week. Yeah, but there was a whole series of questions.
Yes.
Yes, so the one that directly affects this article, we'll get an answer before our next meeting. So if folks are comfortable, until we get that answer, we can just wait till next meeting.
Sounds fine. Are we having a meeting next week?
We are,
Yeah,
most of us.
most of us. All right.
Amrith, question.
I'll hold my question for next week when it'll probably be more germane.
Okay, great. So
We are meeting next week on the 23rd, our regular meeting date. Correct?
yes,
But where are we in terms of making a decision on this article?
so I think where we are is there's one question, Don had a series of questions. One of them is specifically germane to this article. From the schools before next Thursday, and then we can discuss and vote on this article next Thursday.
Sounds like a plan.
Does that make sense, Peggy?
Well, unless someone would like to make the motion and we can get the job done.
Make a motion to what? Sorry?
To affirmative action or no?
Waiting until next week since there's information outstanding and we have a scheduled meeting next week.
Okay.
I think the sense of the committee, at least here, is to just wait until that question gets answered. Peggy.
All right, I'll make a motion that we table Article 18 for the purpose of this meeting.
Second,
I second it.
Okay, let's do the roll call again. Amrith?
Yes, yes.
Ray?
Yes.
Peggy? Kathy?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
And I don't see Lois here.
I'm here.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
I'm here.
Is that a yes?
That's a yes.
Lindsay?
Lindsay List, yes.
Chris Reynolds, yes.
Rasha Patel, yes.
Brian Taylor, yes.
Don Cupcake, yes.
Dee Ordner, yes.
Greg Whaler, yes.
John Garoppolo, yes.
All right, so now the only one left. Oh, we don't have any ones left. Oh, we have to.
No, we have two left.
The two left. 1725.
All right. Article 25. Let's figure it.
We still have the biggies.
Right?
Okay, free cash. Article free cash. I would propose that we move that till next week.
We did that. It was a little bit earlier the meeting. We all need our coffee.
Article 7
Didn't we
was
already do
already
that?
moved. We're done.
Article 7 has been approved, Peggy, unanimously.
Let's just go. We already voted on Article 7. We are just elected to defer Article 18. We already voted on Article 26. We're now going to move to Article 25 and hopefully get this done quickly so we can go to the main show here. Article 25 is the 250th anniversary. We just heard earlier this morning that they're not going to ask for free cash. However, there is, at least from my perspective, there's a lot of money that might come to the town. They'll be coming to the town at least for next year for $1 million plus. And well, they want a recommendation from us.
It's a $2 million total ask.
I know they're getting 600,000 this year, roughly 540. So it's
Yeah.
$1 million. So next year, probably. So the question is, do we want to talk about this a little bit more? Maybe not today, but next week, or if folks feel comfortable, yay or nay today? Can I just get a quick sense?
So I don't feel comfortable yet, so I think it's a lot of money, and we haven't had a lot of discussion on it. We just got the more detailed budget right before this meeting, so I didn't have a chance to look at it, so. And I don't know if, you know, the town manager hasn't yet decided if she's going to recommend ARPA money, which I think is something I want to understand more about, and it sounds like the select board hasn't yet concluded on it, so I think it's worthy of more discussion before, as opposed to trying to vote on it.
Kathy?
Yeah, I don't know if others feel the same way, but to the sensitivity of other pressing needs in our budget, I'm not feeling comfortable about this. I know that, you know, history and anniversaries are really important. But I'm not feeling comfortable with a $2 million spend. How are other people feeling?
Well, let's just go quickly. Amrith has his hands up. Amrith?
Yeah, I just want to know, is the concern about the source of the funds, the amount, or a combination of both, or just one of them?
My concern is the, well, if the source of the funds is the taxpayers, then yes, that's my concern.
Okay, thank you.
Lois, and then I think we'll go around the room here. Lois? You're muted.
Muted, Lois.
I'm sorry, I don't want you guys to keep hearing me cough. I completely agree. We should put this off till next week. We don't have, we're not deferring a lot to next week if we get through the CPS article tonight. And there's more information to come on this. We just heard a whole new and different way of funding the money, of funding the ask. And it hasn't worked its way through the system yet. So I'm happy to put it off for a week.
Others want to voice their thoughts? It sounds like there's a consensus brewing to wait until next week. I will tell you my thought. I'm more than willing to wait. I've got concerns, period. I mean, at the end of the day, regardless of the funding for this year, we don't know what the funding is going to be next year. We already know that it's going to be at least $1 million. You just saw the discussion on the pressure on the free cash and the property taxes. We have yet to decide what is going to happen to CPS. And on top of that, we're also going to be increasing our taxes for the middle school. Half of the loan will come up. And so, you know, at the end of the day, I appreciate the history. I'd love to be there and see the parades, but you know, when do we stop spending? And as you'll see in a minute or two, when we go to the school article, the future is not looking too rosy in terms of revenue and cost for Concord. And so where do we stop spending and really prioritize? So those are my thoughts. So love to have more information, but that's the way I'm leaning right now, right?
Yeah, more information too, but just correct me if I'm wrong. This doesn't have any dependency on the the Concord school budget, right? Because this would be coming out of ARPA funds, right? So they can't be. I wanted to just get clear.
So to be very clear,
can these funds be used for the school?
To be very clear, for fiscal year 24, they are not proposed. ARPA is what their source is.
Right, and that cannot be used for schools.
Let's just leave that aside and we can ask Carrie to.
Yeah.
So my concern comes from what happens the following year.
Gotcha.
And there's $1 million plus. requests coming.
That
So this is a down payment and we're committing ourselves to another $1 million.
I just want to be clear to us and the public, if this year's ARPA funds cannot conflict with the schools.
That's a separate question and we can have maybe Carrie, I'll ask you to wait until we discuss the CPs, till we discuss the article.
Oh.
Okay. Brian, were you going to say something?
No, I think I'd like to discuss it next week. I think
Okay.
Chris's point is exactly right. There are just too many moving parts around this that we just don't have any answers to yet.
Okay.
ARPA in particular, so.
All right, so it sounds like there's a consensus to wait until next week on this one. Article 17. So.
Okay, sir. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
I have been getting a lot of pressure on this article. I asked them for more information, which I believe everyone has received, for a quote budget. So I think we need to keep this front and center on our agenda. Not just this week, not just this month, but this is going to be an ongoing issue, and it's $2 million. Okay, so it's a lot of money.
No, this is true. Okay, so I think we're going to delay that. So let's get to Article 17. So what I'd like to do is a couple things. One is Peggy asked me just to level set, remind everybody how we came up with the guidelines for both the towns and the schools. And then what I'd like to do is to share 5-year projections we got from the town around the revenue, as well as the projections that the schools and the town gave us last fall. Hopefully that'll provide some context for our conversation. So let me share, and again, this is just going back to the fall of last year, right? Hopefully you guys can see this at home. We approved a final set of guidelines on November 21st. Remember, we had 2 metrics we were looking at to guide our conversations and our discussions: level service rate and real personal income, based on information from the Congressional Budget Office. I'm not going to read all those numbers, but you can kind of see for at least fiscal year 24, 2.5 to 3.7 is kind of what we were thinking. The purpose really is to recognize both the cost growth of the town and school budgets, as well as also recognize growth in people's ability to pay their personal income, right? And how it's going. Again, moving away from a single figure, but trying to present a little bit more options or a little bit more information. So we set a preliminary guideline, which is on the bottom. There was a couple of technical glitches with the first one. But the preliminary guideline numbers you can see on the right-hand side, we set it at 3.0, rounding made it 2.99. With the town at 4% and the schools at 2.5. We apportion those based on school, on relative spending for the 2 schools, CPS and CCR, regional school district. When we came back in November, we received additional information from the schools, which included an increase in out of district tuition. So we took that into account, and we actually approved a final set of guidelines, increased the overall pool to 3.65. The CPS guideline number came out at 3.3. We lowered the regional school district number to 2.4. The reason we did that is based on where the budget request was heading for the regional school district, if you recall. They were going to easily meet the prior guideline. So we took some of that money and gave it to CPS. And we added additional money once we heard about the out-of-town tuition. And so we actually increased the tax rate relative to the preliminary guidelines that we originally set, but we increased it to balance what we saw as the needs of the schools. The town, we set at 5%. We purposefully increased the town's guidelines because we had been underspending on infrastructure for town spending the last several years, and you'll see that in a few minutes. Okay, so that's basically what happened. As those are the thoughts and decision-making process that we went to when we set those guidelines. And on the right-hand side, you can see that the total pool was 1.4 million, 1.5 million less than what was requested at the time by all 3 budget entities. And you can see the gap in the second to last column. Originally, the gap was 733. We'll talk a little bit about how that gap has been closed a bit. As you can see, the regional school districts, there was a gap of $54,000. I believe I'm looking at the school committee that they've closed that gap, and I believe we're going to hit the guideline number. Is that right for the regional school district? Yeah, okay. And the town has hit that guideline as well. And we'll talk a little bit about that because they are using some money that was available from this year to fund some fund the fiscal year 24 budget as well. But in essence, that was what transpired. Let me just pause here and see if there's any questions before I share with you what the projections look like. Questions at home? Okay. So that was the fall. And based on this, the town and the schools went back, crunched their numbers, et cetera, and in essence, developed recommended budgets. And we appreciate the work that everybody's done, both at the schools and the towns. Lots of hard work, and some of that hard work, a lot of it actually went to developing these projections. So last year, we actually started asking both the town and the schools to develop 5-year projections.
Can you increase that just a
Oh,
little?
yeah, to develop 5-year projections for costs last year. This year, we also asked for revenue increases. So the town and the schools developed a methodology last year on the cost, which I'll get to in a minute. They've updated that methodology. They've updated those numbers for this year as well. So this is what the town is currently facing. You can see the major categories of revenue are from property taxes, expected to grow 4% a year, average annual growth rate from fiscal year 23 to 28. You can see state aid, about 2.9%, local receipts 4.3%, transfers and other revenue coming in 2.6%. Bottom line growth is 3.9% per year. And you can see fiscal year 2024, 6% increase is what the town is projecting right now. This is key, property taxes inside the levy. So this assumes we're not raising property taxes beyond the levy and not actually trying to override 2.5. And I'm going to get to that in a minute. And feel free to interrupt Gail or Bob if I mess up. Okay, there you go. So assuming no increases from today or increasing at a certain rate. 2.5%. Okay, there you go. Thank you. So as I said, in the fall, we asked for projections from both the town and the schools. When we received those projections, what you see here are those projections from the fall. The town has been able to update these projections. So for the town, you have projections from March of this year. You can see the CAGR. So the joint cost, this is something really important for folks to understand. Because everybody's talking about town spending going up 8.7%, which is true, which you see there. The joint cost also includes CPS spending for health benefits for non-teacher staff and debt service, any debt service that's carried. So the middle school debt service will eventually, because it's not in here, be included in the joint costs. Without that debt service, it's already going up 5.2%. Town spending 5.1%. Yes, CPS standalone looks like it's going 3.2%, but one of the things we're going to be working on in the future to get more clarity and more transparency is to tweak out what is in joint spending that's for the school solely versus the towns, and we'll make sure they're put in the appropriate categories. And you can see the regional school district 3.1%, Minuteman 5.6%. But look at the bottom line, 4.1%. That's already faster than what we're projecting costs to go up. And by the way, the 4.1% is an underestimate, and it's an underestimate for a couple of reasons. One is, again, for the sake of internal consistency, CPS spending there shows $44.8 million, right? It actually, the request is actually either 45.1 million or the current written request is 45.2. So a couple months later, they came back, zero-based budget, et cetera, and basically said, oh, wait a minute, we need $45 million. Fair enough. So the base is actually higher, number one. And we've already heard from the superintendent that the 3.2% is probably an underestimate of cost growth. She thinks it's going to be likely around 4% or so every year moving forward. And the reason for that, teachers' contracts, cost inflation, and other factors. So in fact, the overall costs are going to likely exceed 4.1%, if not higher. So that is the fiscal situation that we as a town are facing. And so just say.
The columns, two of them are labeled 24, but I think it's 24, 25.
Yeah, I'm sorry, 28. Yeah, thank you. Wow, I didn't catch it. You're right on both of them. Thank you. So hopefully that provides a little bit of context for both the public as well as members of the Finance Committee as we think about and discuss Article 17. So with that, let me open it up for comments, thoughts, etc. Oh, one other thing, just point of clarification on a couple things that folks have said over the last couple of weeks. So first of all, the Finance Committee doesn't make recommendations on the entire 118. We only make recommendations on about 70% of it. Right? There's another 30-35% that is outside the guideline process, things like debt service, et cetera, that we don't have immediate control over recommendations. So we're not making recommendations on the entire 118 million. Number one. The other piece of it, I think, is when we talk about, well, let me just, I'll just save those comments for, as we talk about, the school budget, but let me open it up for comments and thoughts and discussions right now.
Comment?
Yeah.
I'd like to talk a little bit more about when you were talking about the costs. If anybody has their warrant with them, if you go to pages 12 through 15 on that, excuse me, on page 12, you will see what Parashar was talking about with regards to joint, in the middle of the page on page 12, it says joint in parentheses, town CPS. So when the individuals who were submitting comments to us about supporting the school budget, and they were, and people were mentioning the disparity between the town budget and the school budget, I thought, yeah, that's kind of interesting, you know, this spread. And also, I wanted to comment that it seemed as though we were talking about, here's the town budget, here's the school budget, never the train should meet. And it's really a community. We live in a community. So it's the town and the school budget. So that's a little background information. But my point is that if you look at page 12 and if you look at page 13 on this, you'll see that the kinds of costs that are absorbed in the town budget, but are really part of the school expenses. And you have OPEB and you have group insurance, et cetera. You go down that line. And then you also will see other pieces of information on pages 14 and 15, which are really the capital improvements. You don't think about that, capital improvements. But if you think about public safety, you have police, you have fire department, you have EMTs. Their costs are in the town budget, yet they support the schools. And what we, you know, the schools don't have their own police department, they don't have their own fire department, et cetera. So those costs are shown in the town budget and not the school's budget. Another one is one of my favorites, public works, pavement management. The town doesn't own the buses, the schools own the buses, but they go on the roads that are supported and paid for in the town budget. So I think we just need, if you take a step back and you start saying, okay, what percent, you might be able to say, at the end of the day, I think if you examined it, you would find that the cost sharing is about the same between the schools and the town in terms of the budget. And I did run the numbers to support it. But I just want to make the point that we are a community. And so we need to be looking at, in the town budget, what the costs are that we're absorbing, that the town is absorbing, that actually provide support to the schools. That's all I wanted to say.
One other thing, just context wise, because I know in the emails that we received, folks talked about 85% of the school budget being legally required. That's not quite accurate, right? So 85% is really for the staff, salaries, et cetera. But the legally required aspect of that is the cost of living increases and the steps and rates. So the number of folks is not legally required. We can choose to increase our class sizes, et cetera. We can choose to have less support here, less support there, or more support there. So I just want to get that clarified, that 85% is not sacrosanct, right? I understand how folks feel, but it is not legally required. There is a certain element of it that is, but it's not anywhere close to 85%. Questions, comments, thoughts?
I had a couple of comments, a couple of thoughts to share. I think everybody who supports the schools would also support everything else that you were mentioning, everything that the town needs to do. Nobody, it's not a question of one thing or another. It's we want to do it all. And I went back through the last 20 years of the spending, and I think that our spending on the schools has been pretty consistently, the percentage of our total has been about consistent, which is great. I think that as a community, we've been pretty consistent. About 2/3, close between 66 and 70% of our spending goes toward the schools in one way or another. And so the thought I want to leave you with is that what we really need to do is work on increasing our income. Property taxes are the main way that we're paying for things. When there is a motion to change the zoning that could lead to more houses being built, that will help the schools. When there is surplus land in the school that the schools own that could be sold and turned into houses, one parcel I looked at could be generating $100,000 in taxes if it was sold. And that means that by sitting on that land, you're denying the school $65,000 or $70,000 a year because 2/3 of the tax revenue is going to the schools. So let's think about things a little bit more creatively. And how can we as a town generate more revenue? That is the key to getting us through the next hurdle without having to reduce any services. I really believe that.
Thanks, Don. Lois?
I wanted to echo that. I also wanted to pick up on some of the themes that some of the people who've spoken were raising today and in the meeting last week. There is what I hear is a kind of conflation that the more money we spend, the better the product we're getting. So that if we don't spend as much money, or we don't keep spending more and more money, we're somehow compromising on the quality of the education that our kids are getting. And I don't think those two things necessarily relate. The point is to spend the money that's being allocated to the schools, which, as Don pointed out, is a very large percentage of our overall revenues. And even more of it is hidden in the services that the town provides for the schools. The point is to make sure that the money is spent thoughtfully and the money is spent in a way that produces the maximum result. I am not criticizing any specific aspect of the way the school is spending money at all. I do not have the ability to do that kind of light item review of how the school is run. But in managing any budget, you start with an ultimate number and then you manage the cost to get the best result. And you have fixed costs and you have maintenance obligations and you have certain things that you don't have flexibility with that you build into it. And that's, so I just would like to kind of break the link that I keep hearing from people about we have to keep spending more, because if we don't keep spending more, we're not going to have good schools. I'm not sure that's really the case. It isn't the case in other aspects of life. So that was the point I wanted to make.
Other questions, John?
Yeah, real quick, one comment, I'm not sure we should be saying that the police and fire should be prorated for what serves the schools. I just think it's police and fire serve the community, they're serving Emerson, they're serving retirement facilities, they're serving the library, they're serving the BD Center. We just approved the BD Center budget like that, but we didn't appropriate their 10 basis point share of police and fire. So I just think that's inappropriate here. But Parashar, you mentioned 85% is not the number. What is the number? If that's
I think that's part of the challenge. I'm going to look to Gail and Bob. Do we have a sense of?
But if we're going to make
Actually, Alexa.
if we're going to make that
answer.
statement, we should
Yeah.
have the opposite.
Absolutely.
Because I think
So Alexa, what portion of CPS spending is tied to COLA increases and steps and lanes increases? Yeah, probably.
We speak about the 85% being sort of, not negotiable. What we mean is 85% of our budget is tied to salaries. So certainly they're negotiable, as Parashar pointed out, and I think as evidenced by the cut list we provided you, they're certainly negotiable in terms of our ability to RIF people, essentially. We can eliminate positions. What we cannot do in between contract negotiations is not honor the year-over-year increases that were negotiated by previous school committee members. So that part is obligated. We can't sit here and say, we know that we talked about giving you a 2.5% raise this year. We're not going to do that this year because we're in a budget crunch. We can't do that. Can we cut individuals from the payroll? Absolutely, yes. But so it's a bit of a nuanced difference, but the idea that we can curtail the rates at which we increase the salaries is not an available option to us in between negotiations.
So do we know what percent though of that salary figure is attributable to the COLAs and the step salary increases?
Oh God, off the top of my head, Parashar?
Sorry?
No, off the top of my head tonight, no.
No, I'm asking, I think the number that's been bandied about is 85% is out of our control. And I think you made a comment that said that's not true. And so I think everyone's been operating on the fact that only 15% of this budget's fungible or something, and they're stuck because of this fixed cost. And I think you're making a comment that that's not correct. And if we're gonna make that comment, I want to know what that correct number is, but you can.
Yeah, and again, I think it's not that the 85% is out of our control, it's just contractually obligated, so we don't have.
It is fixed.
Well, no, so this is the point I'm trying to make, and we don't have a clear answer. Suppose for a minute that represents 100 people, and they're all due 2.5% increase, which leads to 85, the salaries and 2.5% increase leads to 85%. My point is, yes, you cannot tell them, I'm only going to give you a 2% increase. Right? But you can take a look at those folks and then decide who you might need this year and who maybe as much as you'd like to, you can't afford.
Funding what's already been decided, right?
Sorry?
Aren't we choosing to fund what's been decided? Like that, but these are all in contract.
No, they don't have to be. So if the school doesn't have money, you can lay off people.
Yeah, we'll lay
that
off.
are under union contracts, right?
Correct. So we will have teachers who are not tenured, it's a kind of last in, first out sort of situation, I think. And then additionally too, when we talk about things that are outside of our control, ironically, John, there are plenty of things in the remaining 15% that are also not are in fact outside of our control. We before in our meetings, like, I don't think we're here to debate whether to heat the buildings or keep the lights on. Those costs are in that 15% and the rate at which inflation caused those, line items to go up this year were, again, more things that weren't, necessarily in our control. So again, I think what we're trying to articulate is that 85% of the budget is contractually obligated, and we can, again, certainly let go people, but what we can't do is talk about the amounts at which those contracts escalate.
So for example, they added 7 or 8 people.
Parashar.
There were 7 or 8 folks added last spring because they felt they had money left over. They were going to have money left over in their budget from this fiscal year 23. So those are in there now. They've now been built into the base. So we're paying for those folks on that, right? That are now built into the base. And these are some of the questions that we had at the February joint meeting, because some of those folks were funded because there was grant money available. Not used all of them in the sense that we don't want to create a big cliff, but at some point, using grant money to fund folks is going to mean they're built into the base when the grant money goes away. So again, that 85%, yes, contractual rate, COLA increases, you can't touch those.
Right, but
You can touch a number of folks.
so if we listen to Dr. Hunter, though, she's saying that these are folks that are essential to keeping the services as they are. And so either she's being totally facetious and just and inflating this budget, and those people are truly expendable, or it's saying those are people that serve a vital need. And so we need to find a way to fund that. And so I think we have a push and a pull here. Don's points are very strong, and I don't know as a FinCom how we push back on the select board, the town, or whatever to say, look, maybe your budget goes down to 2% a year, and unless you figure things out, but that affects all of us as well. And but I think the FTE grant debate would then be pushing back to Dr. Hunter and saying, are you pulling something over us? And I don't believe that they're stuffing this budget.
To be very clear, the schools have been very transparent. And that's a credit to them.
Right, but
They've been
we're not
patient with all the
we're not
questions.
questioning whether or not those people are expensive.
Well, personally, I'll just speak for myself. Given the situation that you just saw that we're headed towards, my question is, at the end of the day, we've got to prioritize, just like the 250th celebration. I'm not in favor of moving forward with that if it involves any town money in the future. Because I'd rather take that million and give it to the schools, frankly. Right? And so, again, I think we just have to prioritize as a town of how much is enough. We'd love to do more here. We'd love to do more there. And if you, Dr. Hunter, the school committee, had a little bit less money, we're talking 1.7%, 1.6% less, is that the end of the world? I don't know the answer. It's really up to, right?
Well, I mean, according to that are writing letters left, right, and that are, and then the school committee who's putting the budget, it would be a meaningful thing to do that.
Fair enough. Peggy, and then Amrith?
Yes, I think this is a very, very difficult decision. I would like to, someone else, the worst thing about being chair, if you don't know Robert's rules, the chair cannot make a motion. But I would propose that somebody else makes a motion to change the article from 45,197 to 45 even. That's a reduction of almost $200,000. It's a sort of a 1/3, 2/3 reduction, and it's a compromise, sending a clear signal to the school committee. And I think we need to get this done. We can't talk all night. So if anyone else feels like they want to make, we got many comments in favor of the school committee budget against any kind of cuts. But I do feel like, we're about $585,000 above the guidelines. And if someone would like to make a motion, either to support it in total or support it, I would go at 45 even. That's a cut of about 200, 1/3, 2/3. We need to move this on.
Okay, Peggy, hold that thought for a minute. I'm going to come back to that, and I'll restate what you said in a minute, but let me give Lois and Eric an opportunity to talk, but basically what Peggy said.
Amrith was up first.
Yeah, I understand. That's the order I've got here. Peggy was suggesting we raise what are you suggesting? We raise our guideline up to 45 million? Is that what you were suggesting?
No, I'm looking at Article 17, and the motion could be that we move affirmative action at the level of 45 million.
Hold that thought. Amrith, Lois, and then Eric.
Mine's going to be really quick. I think Peggy answered half of my question. The difference between what FinCom gave the school committee for the schools as a guideline number, and what the schools are asking for is 585,000. Is that correct, Parashar?
That's correct.
Let me be very clear, and Alexa, correct me if I'm wrong. So the warrant article says 45,197,176.
Correct.
However, the school committee has voted or not voted already to lower that by $150,000. 100,000 of which is reserve money that may or may not be available next year. So we're basically breaking the piggy bank a bit. And $50,000 is due to a reduction in transportation costs that the school has to pay other towns. So again, I'll make an editorial comment. At the end of the day, that really doesn't touch the underlying cost structure, but hopefully that answers your question, Amrith.
Thank you. That answers my question. Just one completely random aside thing. Nothing in Robert's rule says the chair can't make a motion. You're a member like anybody else. If you want to make a motion, go right ahead. Robert's not going to come by and stop you.
As a person sitting here, I'll ask Lois to go next, and then maybe Peggy can make the motion after Eric. Lois?
I just wanted to. I could not make a motion as a chair.
I don't want to get into that conversation at all. What I just wanted to say is, as a procedural matter, if a motion is made along these lines, I think what we're doing is voting no action on the budget as proposed and proposing an amendment to town meeting for the lower amount, whatever that is that we come up with, if we decide to take this path. And Carmen can tell me if I'm wrong on this, but I think that's how we would have to do it. And I have a question too, which is, all right, let's suppose we do this and we split the difference and we say, okay, we're going to up the school share by 200,000, 250,000. From where? Does that go right to the taxpayers? We have a little room in the levy limit, but doesn't that flow through? Doesn't that mean that the tax, that the taxpayers are going to be writing more of a check to fund this difference? And as the exempt debt is hitting too, because we're about to invest $110 million in the form of exempt debt in a new middle school, and the debt service on that is going to be ratcheting up. We've all memorized that chart. So anyway, but the question I'm asking really is, where does this extra money come from if we decide to go that way? Are we really raising the amount of taxes we are saying should be charged?
Yeah, it would be an increase in the taxes, basically.
Yeah.
I think Bob said, correct me if I'm wrong, he said the note, if it was the 500, it was about $70 for the average. I remember that. We asked that question of you.
Can you go, yeah, I'm sorry.
Could whoever's talking to the mic, please?
Turn the mic on, hold on.
Oh,
There we go.
is this thing on? As was mentioned earlier, with the $1 million free cash to reduce taxes, that's worth about $150 for the median household. So $1 million's worth 150. You can sort of do the math.
So the math actually is relative to the guideline we set. It's basically 600,000 more than the guideline.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so listening to the conversation, I am going, and based on Amrith's guidance, I will make a motion to move affirmative action, Article 17 as printed in the warrant.
That's what?
As printed.
As printed?
No, but the school already said that they want to move a number which is lower.
That was me. I changed my mind. And, you know, because Amrith mentioned a few other reductions, So as printed in the warrant or as moved at town meeting.
No, Peggy, let me just clarify for you for a minute.
Yes.
Thank you.
Peggy, let me just clarify for a minute, please.
Please.
The article has a number that's 45,197,176. The
Correct.
school.
And I was thinking about moving that to 45.
Okay, I just want to be clear. So the school committee has already moved to 45,047,176. So you're proposing to reduce that by $47,176. Is that right?
You know, Amrit, I'm looking at my warrant and I don't have the further information that you have.
The number which is printed in the warrant is 45,197,176. The number which Parasha read out is 45,047,176, which I believe is $150,000 less than the number printed in the warrant. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So Peggy, I believe the intent of what you were trying to do was to move affirmative action at the number of 45,047,176.
Correct.
Right.
I second that.
Did I hear a second somewhere?
Yeah,
Okay.
I second it.
Any discussion or debate?
So
Go ahead,
I
Chris.
do. So I appreciate all the support that the school budget has gotten from the public, from the superintendent, from the members of the school committee. And I also feel the same way about the budget for the town, which is we've talked about before. During COVID, they took a hit. They actually dropped their spending to help us maintain services during a very difficult period, and revenue dropped about 20%. So the town really stepped up. And we've kind of let them float along, and then they came back this year and they need money for compensation. So they need money for benefits, they need money for infrastructure, they need money. So to me, what we did made sense. And so we bumped them a % higher than we probably normally would this year. So we only have a couple of different choices. So we don't really have any more money right now, based on if we approved the about 600,000 spread that we are in the schools, on top of what we gave them for the guideline, plus the excluded debt, you end up at about 7.8% increase in the tax bill for 24. So almost an 8% increase in the tax bill based on what we're talking about right now. If we approve this item, I can't do that. It's too high, right? I can't ask that much from the public. So to me, it's too much. So what else can you do? So we can either, we've asked the superintendent and we've asked the town, can you reduce the budgets further? The answer was no, right? We don't have the opportunity to raise income on a dime, although it's a good idea and I support it very much. There isn't an easy opportunity to get it unless we all say we're going to increase fees somehow in the town immediately, which I don't see it's practical right now to do. It is an important long-term answer. What Parashar didn't tell you is when we do the projections of that disconnect between revenue and expense, by 26, we're at 2.5 prop override. Not far away, right? So if we don't figure out how to either get more revenue or curb spending down, we have a problem. I think yesterday, Newton had that same problem and they voted it down. Other towns are going to be in that same position, but Concord's getting there. We don't have the surplus. Our free cash is at the bottom, right? So we used to be 10% free cash. We're now 5% free cash. Those are all warning signals to us from fiscal perspective, right? Those are telling you you don't have as much money as you used to. We don't. But yet we have built-in cost drivers through contracts that are going to drive us right over the cliff. That's where we're going. So I don't have an easy answer. FinCom isn't going to have an easy answer, but I can tell you, I don't believe continuing to raise taxes at rates like 8% is going to be good for the town. And if we don't figure out how to either get more revenue, not from property tax, but from increasing the base, which is why I asked that question of Alan Crothgate,
what's the issue with the sewer? If that's actually holding us back from having bigger commercial base or the ability to have more dense housing, that's a big deal for us. Because new growth, so one of the other things that we had for years, so one of the ways that we offset expenses in the town is the ability to collect taxes from new growth. That's new housing that goes up. That number's gone like this since COVID. So we used to be several $1 million in new growth. We're just about $1 million, maybe. I think we have 900,000 in the budget. So that's part of the revenue drop that we're seeing. We don't have the money. So I don't know the answer, but I can't keep increasing spending to do it. So I'm sorry, I cannot support it.
And just one other fact, right? Because this came through about the 8.7% increase for the town. During COVID, we actually cut the town's budget by 2.4%, almost $700,000 off of a much smaller base of $28 million. Went from 28.7 to $28 million. And so we're playing a little bit of catch up, as Chris said. It wasn't just a couple $100,000.
We're also not generating surpluses. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we used to generate surpluses here. Revenue would be beyond expenses and we'd carry it forward to the next year and would feed free cash. That's not happening. We're using it. So this year, in order for Carrie to make that budget, to make the changes she wants to add to the budget, she had to use excess from 23. She's sucked up anything she's not going to spend in 23 and moved into the, that was almost $700,000, right? So you can see all the signals are there. We don't have enough money to grow the way we're growing. So I don't have an easy answer, but continuing to build onto the taxes is going to make it harder to do. So I'm sorry.
Lois and Amrith, Lois, did you still have your hand up from previous or did you have something new to add?
No, I think Chris said all the things I was thinking, so I'll take my hand out.
Amrith?
I have one question for maybe others on the committee or anybody in the room who could help. I've tried to find over the last several months any reason to understand whether this 45 million number from the school includes any expenses which we believe are one-time 2024 only expenses which will not carry forward into a subsequent year. I have not found any indication or haven't heard any answer during any of the meetings which would indicate that any of this is not going to also occur in a future year. Can somebody point me to something which says that some portion of this is a one-time expense? Because if it is, I'll probably look a little bit more favorably than if it's a recurring expense.
Alexa, do you have some sense?
Sure. Without being able to provide like probably the amount of specificity you would want, they're my bad. So we do have a few specific ads that were made to support our middle school population who, you know, were certainly more adversely affected by COVID, let's say, from a learning loss perspective, as well as a mental health perspective, that we did add. Those positions will go away upon the consolidation of the middle school. So that will hit in the somewhere in 25. So I hate that I can't provide the specificity that you need. The other big piece this year, so it's interesting, right? The superintendent's been here about 5 years. So in that time, we have built, you guys have heard us talk about these things, all of these specialized programs at the elementary level, a program for autistic children, program for at Alcott for kids who have like behavioral and regulation problems, and then children at Willard School who have very specific language-based learning disabilities. So if you think about it, it's kind of interesting. Those programs were kind of made in the last 3 to 5 years. So where are those kids who popped into those programs now going? The middle school. So we did have to make a larger investment this year because we've created those programs. And so it's now incumbent upon us to sustain them. So there are some larger pieces of growth this year because we are developing that continuum of services that I think will, that just won't be as significant. You won't see that growth next year. I know that's not probably as helpful as you want, but it's the best I can do.
Thank you.
While you're up there, can I ask you a question?
Just have Kathy.
Okay.
Kathy, go ahead, and then we'll go to Don.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I just want to say that I agree with Chris Reynolds. I think she summarized my thoughts. It's a bad situation. It's a tough situation, and I just don't know how we work our way out of it. But the tax burden is quite steep. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. So here's what I'm going to propose. If you have any more questions, let's ask them. Alexa can sit down, and then we can just quickly go around, and if anybody has any last minute summaries, et cetera, give those, and then we'll take a vote, because we do have a motion on the table, and I'd like to get home before 11. Don.
Yeah, my question is about the Ripley building specifically because it's not broken out in a budget. And I understand that we operate a preschool for which half of the students are paying a tuition and the other half are not by law. And that tuition is about 1/3 or 1/4 of the comparable tuitions of preschools. And so I would like to request that the school committee look at revenue. If you're running a preschool and it's a subsidy that the taxpayers are subsidizing for people, is that fair to the community? And could we raise that up to market rates? I know these things are difficult to do because nobody likes to raise the cost of something. But I think you're hearing that money, you need that money. The schools need that money. So you have to maybe change that mindset a little bit and look at the total cost of the Ripley building. How do we house 60 employees? Do we need to spend however much money it is to have them in this one building? This sort of stuff, we have to get there because we don't want to touch student services. But when I go through your budget, I see opportunities. And so let's see if we can't make this happen. And I would challenge the committee, and I'm glad I'm not on it because this would be really difficult to do. But to go into the other communities who are nearby, who are 10% lower per student, and try to understand how they do it. Because we've built this beautiful car and we're driving it toward a wall. And we don't want to see that happen. We want to keep this thing going. So maybe there are things we haven't thought of down the road, not for this year, obviously, but down the road. Because I think you've heard from Chris and Parashar that we are going to have big problems in the future. We only are this small a gap because of the 2.75, which is previously negotiated. The biggest line is only going up by 2.75 in a year in which there's high inflation. That we're really fortunate. That's not going to be the case next year and the year after. And so they're going to escalate how quickly we hit that. And I've been in a town where we had to have overrides and they don't always pass. So that's a really difficult place to be. Okay, that's it. Thanks.
So no question.
Yeah, my question was about the preschool. I wanted to know if the preschool, do I have that right, that 50% of the students are paying $3,500 a year or to $7,000 a year?
I don't know exactly those percentages. The tuition sounds about right. On your a little bit of a differential between the market rates. The integrated preschool runs protracted hours compared to the other schools in town. So I haven't done the hourly analysis, but that could be a factor that you're not, intuitively seeing. But anyway, they run like 9 to 11:30, whereas most are at least another hour beyond that. But I don't know. I haven't done the hourly analysis since I was at the board.
Fair enough.
At our minor school.
Thanks. Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Alexa. Okay, let's quickly go on. John, any last thoughts before we go to a vote? Greg? Dee? John? Brian? Chris? Lindsay? Kathy, any last thoughts? I got you, Ray. Hold on one second. Kathy, I'm assuming that's a no since I didn't.
Yeah, no, no.
Okay. Ray, I'll call on you and then I'll ask Lois and Eric and Amrith if they have any last thoughts. I'll offer mine and then we'll go for a vote. Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, calling it last thoughts does feel like sort of melodramatic enough for this. I think that we're the finance committee and our responsibility to the town is to look at things from a financial perspective. And I think that the town meeting, no matter what we do, it's going to be enough people there who are going to vote for what the school has asked for anyway. So I think that we're doing our job, even if we say, as Chris has articulated, and you have too, Parashar, very articulately, here's the problem. And if that's presented to the annual town meeting, and we say, no, we vote affirmative action on the guideline, and the town says we want a school, and the voters go for it, we've both done our jobs.
Thanks, Ray. Peggy, any last thoughts? Otherwise, we'll go to Eric and Amrith, and then I'll wrap up and we'll take a vote. And I don't hear any. Eric?
I'll just say I agree with Ray, but I also think, an important part of this process, of the FinCom's process, is public input. And I've been impressed by the significant number of taxpayers who have taken the time to share their input on this. I think it's noteworthy. The input has been unanimous or nearly unanimous in supporting more funding for the schools. I'm not sure. I assume that the folks who support a bigger increase for the schools know that means higher taxes. They haven't necessarily said that explicitly, but I assume they know that. So that's just an important part of this process for me.
Thanks. Amrith?
Yeah. So two things for me. One, I just want to reconfirm the number we're voting on is 450-47176. Is that correct?
Peggy made the motion, so I'll let her.
Yeah, okay. The motion I made was 45,000 even. 45,000. 0.
Yeah, did you?
And
No,
if
I thought you made a motion for the school's new number. Are you now saying that you're making a motion to round the number down further?
If that's the motion I made was 45,000, 45 million even.
45 million transfer. Amrith.
Right, good. Good thing I asked the question. In other words, the motion we're voting on is 45 million even. Okay.
I thought you said as printed in the warrant.
A reduction from the school committee's latest number.
It's not an even number. That's not that number. So we should just be clear what we're voting on. I thought that your motion was for us to vote on the number the school committee is asking for as updated with the $150,000 reduction that they made after the warrant was printed. Is that incorrect?
That is what I thought, Lewis.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I think I made two motions, so I will go with the one you have, Lois. Thank you.
Okay, so Parashar, my other comment was this.
I would like to say that I read every single one of the letters we received from start to finish. And I also looked at the addresses from where they came, and it wasn't Monument Street, ... I mean, these are families just like mine. When I moved to Concord, spent every last penny to move to Concord, and they're willing to spend a little more in taxes because the reason they moved here was for the schools. So I think we get sometimes a little overdone on, seniors can't afford it and whatnot. But there are young people and these people, if it's anyone like me, you're hand to mouth, but you are so happy to get in Concord and you don't want to see the town. And there were several, a number of letters saying you don't want to see the town then not supporting the schools. So that influenced me. I'm here now, and when I was on the board of selectmen, we did the calculation, and you want your townspeople to stay here in town, paying taxes for at least 20 years after your kids have graduated, and to finish paying the tuition, basically. But there were a few letters.
Almost 11 o'clock at night.
Lois?
It's almost 11 o'clock at night, Peggy. So respectfully, I really appreciate it if we could move on.
Amrith, thank you, Lois and Peggy. Appreciate the wrap up. Amrith, you said you had a question and then you had a point. So
Yep, in the interest of time, I'm going to just skip it, lower my hand. Let's move on.
okay. So first of all, again, I want to thank the school leadership, Bob, and Lori, and all of the team that have put together both the budget and the cost projections that we saw. As I said earlier, I don't think they're trying to pull a fast one. They've been very transparent, very credible in terms of what they've put together. I want to thank the school committee for their work also. And these are tough decisions, right? As Chris said eloquently, we're not here to micromanage. Those are tough decisions. We're here to provide guidance to the town. And ultimately, the town meeting and the voters will decide whether 8% increase, 7.8% increase in taxes is something that they're willing to support, yes or no. Our job is to provide information. So hopefully, whether you agree or disagree with whatever vote we take and however individuals vote, hopefully we've opened up the books a bit and kind of give you a better perspective on what the town's finances look like, what the budget book says, kind of, the categories, and it's complex, and I learn every day, and thanks to the town and the staff for the finance department for that as well. So just put that out there. I think, from my perspective, as somebody that supported the middle school budget, middle school building authorization, not once but twice, I think at this point, we've had a lot of information from the schools, from Lori, et cetera. I have a challenge with this number because of what we're seeing up ahead. And what I was not able to get a clear answer to is what are the measurable outcomes that we're trying to use, the objectives? How close are we to achieving those objectives? How is the money that we're gonna give gonna help us achieve those objectives? Because ultimately, for me, the question is, well, is 5.2% enough? Or is it 6% or 7%, 8%? How do we know and how do we judge what percent is right or wrong? And so I would ask folks, if folks come back a year from now with a 5% or 6% or 7% increase, and the following year with a similar, do we just say yes, 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 without asking for some of that hard data? So I would hopefully, I know the school committee is putting together a strategic plan. Hopefully that plan includes some of those outcomes that we talked about, measurable outcomes, so that we can actually judge, is the money, as Chris said, being used effectively or down, or somebody said it. So from my perspective, I can't support a budget of 45 million even. Is that what that was?
No.
Seeing a yes here, and I'm seeing a no there.
45,047,176. Let's just, and let's get on with this.
All right, so the motion is to amend. Go ahead.
No, it's to recommend affirmative action on this article at the number that the school, that the schools have told us is the number they intend to move at the meeting. I think that's the motion. Is that everybody's understanding?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is that number?
45,047,176. 45,047,176.
Okay, that's the motion.
Yeah, that's the motion, and I heard a second.
I second.
Affirmative action at that number.
John, kick us off.
John Garofalo, yes.
Greg Royello, yes.
Dee.
Dee Ortner, no.
Don Kupka, yes.
Brian Taylor, yes.
Rashra Patel, no.
Chris Reynolds, no.
Lindsay List, yes.
Amrith,
No.
Peggy,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Ray,
No.
Kathy,
No.
Lois.
No.
Okay, so Eric, I think you're the clerk today. What was the vote count?
7 no's.
So what happens when there's a Carmen? Hold on.
I just didn't move quick enough. It's 7-7.
Hold on, yes. So what happens in that case, Carmen?
Voted to recommend no action on the article, and this number is open to finance committee.
Can't hear her.
Yeah, hold on one second. Hold on. Thank you, Ray, for letting us know. Hold on.
I have a quick question on format.
Just
Is
hold-
is the
hold on
chair,
one-
is the chair,
Just hold on one second, Kathy.
Hear me now? Okay, thanks.
Not much better. Not much better.
That's okay. Yes, you good?
Move it up.
Yeah.
You need to move the microphone up a little bit,
How's that?
a little bit better. We'll make it work. We'll make it work.
Just, oh, actually, or the stand up there too.
Oh.
Yeah, just.
Here it is. Got it out. Got it.
She's already in. It's the watcher.
Yes,
There we go.
okay, all right.
Yes.
Well, given that the committee has voted to recommend no action on the article at this number, is that what you did?
No, we voted.
No.
Oh, you tied. You voted
The motion was affirmative action and it was tied at 7-7.
Okay.
So
but I don't believe under Robert's rules that the chairperson can vote.
Sure, chairperson can vote. Everybody can vote.
So, we've never fought quite that strictly down.
Hold on, let's just bring it back to order.
Chairman, it's
You have no other questions, so let's put your hand down for my sake, please. Thank you. Okay, so the motion fails. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Correct.
It's tied.
So the question now is, does anybody have another motion that they wish to make?
I wish to make a motion.
Go ahead, Amrith.
I wish to make a motion for affirmative action at the number proposed by the FinCom in the guidelines, which was 44,612,176.
Okay, so do I have a second?
612.
Stand number again.
Hold on.
What is that number?
Just hold on, I'm gonna repeat that number. It's 44, 429, 832. It's a 3.3% increase. Okay, does everybody have that number? I'm not gonna ask again.
No, I don't. What is the number?
44.
Yep.
44, 429, 832. Everybody
Thank
have
you.
that?
All right, my
Okay.
motion
Yes.
is affirmative action at 44, 429, 832.
Yes. Do I have a 2nd
I'll second that.
Okay, I heard a second. Any
I'll second
discussion?
it.
Yes. Okay.
That's just so.
Now, can we have a discussion on this motion now?
Yes. Hold on. So Brian, ask your question.
I just want to
No, but
just for
ask
clarification,
what-
just for clarification, Amrit, I just want to understand that's lower than the number that we had proposed. So where does that leave us?
Wait, when you say the number we had proposed, you mean the previous motion?
The previous motion.
Yes,
Sorry.
that is lower by 500 some odd thousand.
This number is the number which we proposed, I believe, in
Hold
according
on.
to our,
That's not the question, just hold on. Okay, hold on. Brian was asking, how does this number, the guideline number, compared to the number we just voted on? That was your question.
Right, because just for my clarification,
Yes.
we were starting at 197,176, and then it dropped to 45,047,176, and now there is a motion for 44,429,832. So I'm just a little confused at this.
could I try and explain my number?
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Okay, so the number printed in the warrant is the number which is 45,197,176, which is what is meant to be the four corners of the article, cannot be more than that. The school committee came back with a lower number. That was the number that Peggy moved at, which is 45,047,176. That motion did not pass. I am making a motion that the FinCom recommend affirmative action at the number which we came up with in our guideline, from our guideline computation. This is the target which we were hoping the school would hit. This is the number which I am making a motion that we recommend affirmative action at. Yes, the number is lower than the previous vote, which didn't pass.
Okay, so is everybody clear? Does that answer your question?
Which is advantageous to you, the school committee, correct?
No.
No, but okay, that I just wanted to make sure I'm clear on this. Sorry, it's late. I'm sorry.
We vote on the guideline number.
I'm clear. Thank you.
Yeah, so just so everybody's got the math, that would be $617,000 less than what they voted on.
Got it.
Okay? $617,000 less. Okay. So back to any discussion or debate.
I would like to speak to my motion.
Go ahead, Amrith.
Okay, so the role of the FinCom is not to make a position of whether we support the things the school is doing or not. We're here to make a recommendation to the town on what we think is fiscally responsible. That's where I'm making this number from, and I'm perfectly open to an amendment to raise this number higher, but we already know that 45,047,176 doesn't pass. So if somebody wants to make a motion between 44,612,176 and 45,047, I'm happy to second that motion. But I think, to what Peggy said earlier, we need to compromise somewhere in the middle. The town meeting is going to decide what the town wants to spend on it. My question is, what does FinCom think is a fiscally responsible number? And if that number is the guidelines number, so be it. That's all I got.
Okay, so as a matter of procedure here, to Lois's previous point, we're at an impasse here. So does it make sense for us to vote no action tonight? So the town votes on this at town meeting?
Town votes it on town meeting anyway, whether we vote or not.
Well, my point is, it's just a very intentional vote to basically say we're tied here and we're moving on.
The reason I want to propose this motion, and the reason I would like everybody to vote in favor of this motion, is I would like everyone to back this number up in the report and say, this is what we think is fiscally responsible. We support the things which the school wants to do. We understand that the pandemic has left middle school children in a worse position from a mental health. We understand all of these, and I don't want this to be confrontational, and I don't want this to be taken as non-supportive of the school. This is purely a position which says, from the long-term fiscal health of the town and from our ability to pay taxes, this is a number which we can get behind. That's the reason why I'm making this number. Sorry, Louis, go ahead.
Speak to give a little context. Last year, we had a similar impasse with CPS. And at the time that the Finance Committee report went to print, we were recommending no action on the CPS budget. During the couple of weeks between the printing of the report and town meeting, a solution was worked out. That last year, it was a matter of allocating between the high school and the school. I don't know what that solution could be this year. But a solution was worked out, and we did a supplement to our report that was distributed at town meeting, in which we recommended affirmative action at the number that had been agreed to. So that becomes an option for us if there's more conversation to be had. But I agree with Amherst, we need to do something. And it's, we need to do it soon because I'm about to pass out.
Okay, hold on a second.
Yeah, along what Lois is saying, I think it's along the same line, is that we took a vote and it was a tie. And, you know, it's a no vote as a result of that. I don't think that we need to have another number tonight. We have time. You know, the school committee might decide that they want to take some other action. Is there some urgency that we decide this tonight?
That's
No,
an
because-
excellent point, Dee, and I don't think there is, since we have one more regular meeting a week from now.
Right, well, so there is no urgency technically, because right now we voted no action.
That's right.
No action.
That's
No,
right.
It's no action.
But we have a motion on the floor that was seconded.
I understand that, but if we do nothing on that motion, it's no action right now, right?
We could equally well make an affirmative motion of no action if that's what people would prefer.
Well, Amherst, since where we are now, just no action, are you comfortable withdrawing your motion? And
Lois, hold on one second, please, before we withdraw motion. John, did you have something to say?
Yeah, just point of clarity here. If
Please.
we vote, if we voted, it's 7-7, isn't that the vote, or is there a rule here that's saying we can't have a tie? Right, it just results.
It doesn't pass.
It doesn't pass, so is that not the answer that's then written up in the, and says, hey, by a vote of 7-7, it didn't pass, that was the thing.
Exactly, and it would show up as no action.
Correct, so did we just do the vote?
we just did the vote. John, that will be reflected in the report. The report would make it very clear that the vote was 7-7, that it was, you know, FinCom was evenly split, and therefore the motion didn't carry.
Technically, you have not voted to recommend no action.
Oh.
You had a motion to recommend affirmative action at a particular number that, which means you have no recommendation at all at the moment.
That is the reason I made a motion.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Carmen. You might want to take a seat closer to the podium.
So where
No.
are,
Got to vote on Amherst's motion.
Oh, yeah, okay. Any discussion on Amherst's motion?
Amherst's motion, please repeat.
I move affirmative action at the number proposed by FinCom from the guidelines process for $44,612,176.
Let me correct that. It is
Sorry.
429,832.
Sorry, I keep reading the wrong number, Parashar. I'll strike it out.
Okay, so
429,832.
And we had a second.
We do have a second?
I thought somebody had seconded.
I'll
it.
give you a second.
There you go.
I have a question, which is that if that motion passes and then the schools come back next week with another number, what do we do?
We can vote again, just like we did last.
We can vote again.
We can vote on.
You can vote more.
Okay, we're not
To revisit.
going to do that.
Okay, let's call the vote because it's past my bedtime.
Okay, 444, 229, 842.
Yes.
John Garofalo, no.
Who moved that?
Amrith moved it.
Amrith moved it, Chris seconded.
And there's a second?
Yes.
Yes.
Who's the second?
I
Chris
am.
did.
Okay.
D. Ortner, no.
Don Cupcake, yes.
Brian Taylor, no.
Rashar Patel, yes.
Chris Reynolds, yes.
Lindsay List, no.
Okay, Lois,
Yes.
Peggy,
Yes.
Amrith,
Yes.
Eric,
No.
Ray,
Yes.
Kathy.
Yes,
So what was the vote? Eric, you were the clerk.
I have 8 yeses and 6 nos.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to the public, both on Zoom as well as in person. I know it was a long night from 6 to 11. But thank you for your.
Now you know what you get paid for.
I move to adjourn the meeting.